Hello. Hello. This is so exciting. Thank you for being here, both in the room and on the live stream. We have over 200. I'm Jenna Meyerowitz-Turner, the CEO of Antenna Up, and we partner with brands and corporations to platform events and conversations that send new signals about the health and well-being and brave new leadership of American men and boys. And we created Healthier Men at Work for 3 reasons. First, we kept seeing that men's mental health, burnout, and isolation were just seen as just how it is, and or as a personal issue, as opposed to a business and cultural issue, which we all know it is, and that's why we're here. Even as companies are already paying the price for it, which we'll talk about today. We also saw many men in positions of influence, awesome men like all of you here in the room, who didn't have credible spaces to talk about these pressures without stigma, or without being accused of centering yourselves, when a lot of people are suffering right now. So, and third, our work made very clear, as all of your work does too, a lot of you here, that masculinity, American manhood in particular, how men are socialized to hustle and perform and also stay silent and nonchalant, doesn't really serve many men. And the cycle continues. So a big thank you to our friends at AARP for sponsoring our speaker lunch today. And for being such incredible pioneers of healthier lives in the United States. Their research shows that men's health is revenue infrastructure for business and the US economy. So we have the numbers. And the companies that invest in keeping experienced men healthy and attached to work end up protecting sales capacity, improving retention, and stabilizing earnings over time. So the purpose of this room is simple, but also a little challenging, because we're uncovering opportunities to build and flex new muscles. All of us, no matter who we are, we're flexing new muscles right now. And we're moving from insight into action, which we all want, so that we can all work better together. And we're gonna talk about a lot of different things related to Healthier Men at Work today. And you're gonna hear perspectives that don't necessarily line up neatly, right, with each other or with your own lived experience. And that's okay, because the point here is to get a little uncomfortable, to create space to get a little uncomfortable, because that's how we learn and grow. And in the end, we're gonna tie everything back to business outcomes, because that's what business leaders care about most. That's how we get attention, and that's how we get things done. And the best way to get started is always to get started. So I am excited to introduce Robin Gelfenbein, our MC and ambassador of fun, who will take it away.
And I'll take the mic. Thank you. Let's give it up for Jana and everything she has done to put this whole thing together. She is a beast. Happy Black History Month, everybody. And I'm so happy to be here, and not just because I know that the bathroom line is gonna be really short for the women. I am uniquely qualified to be here. One of my clients is Peloton's Andy Spear. I, in 6th grade, used to play on an all-boys basketball team, and I spent a year and a half in a wiener. I see some heads go up, what? And not just any wiener. My first job out of college was a hot dogger. I drove the Oscar Mayer Wienermobile. Thank you. I was a hot dogger, and I was one of the best jobs in the world. It was buns of fun, and that's no baloney. So as Jana mentioned, we are so thrilled that AARP sponsored the speaker's lunch, and I'm particularly happy for their support, but also because their magazine covers remind me so much of the posters I had in my childhood bedroom. You know, Rob Lowe, Michael J. Fox, Condoleezza Rice. So just a couple of housekeeping things for today. We are gonna have a interactive portion for everybody. At the end of each panel, we'll take your questions. So the Slido QR code is right there. If for some reason you're not able to access that, it's slido.com. And our code is, all caps, HMAW 26. So feel free to send in your questions throughout these the panels. Okay, so let's get right into it. The first section we're talking about is the state of men at work. And last I knew, the band broke up in 1986. Okay, so the first session is the he session and why no one wants to talk about it. And so for each one of these moderators and panelists, I asked them when they were a kid, what did you want to be when you grew up? So I'm going to bring them up one by one. Our moderator for the first one is the CEO of Identity and Impact. She is the former Chief Diversity Officer for Publicis Group. And when she was a kid, she wanted to be a judge. Please welcome Geraldine White, our moderator. Next up is the Associate Director of Corporate Funding for Movember. She leads collaborations with workplaces, and when she was a kid, she wanted to be a lawyer. Please welcome Dreama Stokes. All right, next up is an author and educator, co-founder and chief development officer of A Call to Men. And when he was a kid, he wanted to be a police officer and a fireman. Please welcome Ted Bunch. And last but certainly not least is an entrepreneur, mental health advocate, and the founder of the Real Mental Health Foundation, who wanted to be a baseball player when he was a kid. Please welcome Sean Lesser.
Thank you, everyone, and thank you for that rousing introduction. I didn't know we were going to be asked about our childhood dreams here, but I'm glad that we were, because I think it brings focus to what can be aspirational, and even though I didn't become a judge, it's still attainable in some ways. Thank you to Jana and Antenna Up for putting this together. This conversation is necessary. And also thank you for entrusting us with being the first panel and setting the tone and bringing the safety that's necessary to have this conversation. So that said, I think we're all more concerned about getting safely up into the chairs and making sure that we maintain balance. So it is, he session is a provocative term that was coined, but it really is a sensitive and important conversation. And so grounding us in why it's so difficult to talk about this today is really where we wanted to start. So for the patterns that we see, whether they're burnout or implications of mental health, we're going to sort of just jump right in with questions. We don't have a lot of time. We frankly had more time for the briefing session than we have for the panel. So that said, I want to start with those who are in attendance. So by a show of hands, how many of you either work with, manage, support, are in relationship with, proximity to, or are a man who struggles with asking for help or admitting that you're not okay? And that's for people who are in the circle of wanting to have this conversation and comfortable with being here. So I want to start immediately with those who are actively doing the work in these spaces. And because I also don't want to miss the opportunity, if you're not familiar with the work of A Call to Men or Movember, or the incredible work that Sean does as well with The Real, I want to give them each a brief moment to talk about who they are in this work and the scope of it. And so, Rima, I'm actually going to start with you.
Thank you so much for having Movember here today. So my name is Dreama Stokes, as you saw, and Movember is the largest men's health organization in the world. We're globally based out of Australia and have a market here in the United States. We focus on mental health, suicide prevention, prostate cancer, and testicular cancer. And so we always say the mustache sparks the conversation, but what we do here today is what helps to spark the action. So thank you for having us.
Thank you. Ted.
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you, Geraldine, Rima, and Sean. Good afternoon. My name is Ted Bunch. I'm the co-founder of a national organization called the Call to Men. I'm also the Chief Development Officer. We've been around, this is our 24th year. Our work is around primarily violence prevention, but promoting healthy and respectful manhood. Our vision is to create a world where all men and boys are loving and respectful, and all women, girls, and those in the margins are valued and safe. And we work from elementary school with our Book of Dares, 100 Ways for Boys to Be Kind, Bold, and Brave, to our Live Respect curriculum, Life Skills and Wellbeing for Boys and Young Men, that was written with Scholastic, to our college efforts, to our work in corporate spaces, all professional sports leagues, the military, really wherever there's men and boys is where we seek to be. And I'm happy to be here with you all today. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean.
How's everybody doing? Good. Not everybody clapped. That's okay. No, I'm Sean Lesser. Great to be here. So just a little bit background on myself. I come out of the finance world. So after school, I did 15 years. I did international institutional equity sales. And then in 2007, co-founded the first impact investing investment bank. But specifically at The Real, we are a global mental health movement. We have over 700 ambassadors, which are men, and 200 women across 50 different countries. I'll get into a little bit more what we do later, but just to give you some of our goals. So our goals are a couple of fold. One, to help 10 million and one men with their mental health by 2030. Two, it's to help move $10 billion in new capital into mental health by 2030. And then third is to have 1,000,001 people wearing The Real, basically making what's invisible visible. But I will fill in later because you probably have questions on the things that I was just saying. Or you might not have, I don't know.
All right, thank you. So a bit of what we're going to unpack here today is about perspective, perception, and paradox. When it comes to the perception gap, Movember has an incredible amount of research around what is known as the perception gap in terms of how men perceive their ability to be able to articulate when they are okay or not. So if you could share some of that and unpack a bit about how it actually shows up in the work that you do in the workplace and the data behind it.
Definitely. So the perception gap is how we refer to a persistent challenge, and that's how do we shift social norms. And here's what it comes down to. What we think other people think actually influences us more than what we actually think about ourselves. And the irony about that is we tend to over-correct ourselves, and that's not actually reality for us, right? And so when we talk a lot about that, it's more common that men are influenced by this than women. So when we look at workplaces, this misperception can also be handled or looked at by senior leaderships and the overall company structure of how do you help to support a healthy work environment, right? How do you celebrate taking time off? How do you celebrate or discuss, being a caregiver, right? How do you have these conversations of, I'm burnt out and I need to shift this project without feeling like I need a hat and I need to overwork, right? So that's what we refer to when we talk about that perception gap of shifting that. And one of the ways that we did, and I don't know if you guys are familiar with it, but Movember actually released a report. It was called The Real Faces of Men's Health in October of 2025. And what was interesting in that finding was we asked a series of questions, but in two ways. What do men believe most men believe? And then what do men actually believe for themselves? And you'll actually be surprised that most men believe that seeking help and health was important. But in that same breath, men believed that other men did not believe the same thing, right? So how do we shift that misperception that goes out there that can influence how one moves through the world, how one moves at their job? And so at Movember, we believe that working with companies, working with leaders to really shift this mindset, it's a cultural mindset that then you implement into strategies about how you're programming, how you're onboarding, how you're recruiting, how you're doing leadership training. Those are things that we refer to when we're talking about the perception gap and shifting these norms.
Thank you. I think it's important to acknowledge how that shows up in the world and in the workplace, and truthfully, it doesn't start at adulthood. So Ted, in the work that you do in A Call to Men, where you've coined the term the man box in some ways, or have taken that work further, the work explores healthy masculinity in and of itself. Can you share a bit about how some of those perceptions or perception gaps start early on in youth?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, the man box is a term that was coined by my fellow co-founder, Tony Porter, more than 25 years ago. And the man box really speaks about male socialization. It's just a cooler way of saying male socialization. And that this is the construct that we're taught to live within. Every man in this room and the women and everyone else in this room are very aware of the man box. When you live in a male-dominated patriarchal society, there's going to be sexism, and there's going to be all kinds of threads of manhood that are connected, whether we've met each other or not. That's what male socialization is. So with the man box, and speaking of youth, we teach our boys very early on all these messages around masculinity and around manhood that are not only harmful to women and girls and the LGBTQ, transgender, nonconforming community, but men and boys as well. Right? Men are living about 5 years less than women. Suicide among men is much higher than among women, about 4 times higher. So there's something about these rigid notions of manhood that are not working for us either. So the Call to Men, we connect the dots in this man box that we're talking about is things like not asking for help, being tough, the issue that you mentioned about perception for men is very true. When I think about vulnerability, when I talk to men about vulnerability, many men will say, well, that's weakness. Yet when they see it in other men where they're sharing vulnerable things and you ask them, is that weak or strength? And no, that was really strong for him to do that. So we respect the vulnerability, but if we show it, we feel like it's weakness, right? So back to perception. So this man box really teaches us and when we talk about the workplace, and with all transparency, while all of our work is wherever men and boys are, probably the least amount of our work has been in corporate spaces, though a lot of that happened when, after Me Too occurred and Time's Up, we were in LA in the entertainment industry doing a lot of work. We were actually one of the founders of the Men's Time's Up engagement. And then we also did a lot of work in corporate spaces because the workplace is a microcosm of our greater society. And men show up in the workplace as the men they've been taught to be in their families, in their communities. And so that's how they show up. So, so when we look at sexual harassment in the workplace, for example, we don't do it through a quid pro quo or hostile work environment lens, but through a culture of manhood and masculinity, how we come into this and viewing women and viewing what men do. With the man box, we really need to, when we unpack and pull those layers of that onion back of masculinity, of that construct, we're talking about things like not asking for help, not showing weakness, being in charge, seeing women and girls on some level as sexual objects, seeing women on some level as the property of men, seeing women and girls as having less value than men and boys. All of those are tenets in our socialization. We're all swimming in the same water, right? And this is not an indictment on manhood, but an invitation to men to be different, right? Because it's not about an indictment. It's not about calling men out, but calling men in. So when we look at the male socialization and how we pass that down to our boys, that's what the work of A Call to Men is about, interrupting those things, going upstream to prevention to stop these things from happening in the first place, and also connecting it to, I see all kings here around mental health and Sean's work around mental health, that in connecting it to mental health, right? Because we don't ask for help. We see that as a sign of weakness. We suck it up. We fight through it. We feel like we have to perform, and it's always about our role self instead of our whole self.
Thank you. And everything that we've discussed so far has implications in terms of mental health and business impact. And so I want to turn it to Sean. In your work in the real, in both your entrepreneurial and your lived experience, your narrative really brings to light the practical application, the realities of how this plays out, but how you've also taken your identity and integrity and turned it into influence and impact. So can you share a bit about that, please?
No, I don't want to, because it's very vulnerable. No, of course. So, no, I appreciate the question. And yeah, I'm a guy. I've been in the box. What am I doing here? Yeah, I was just saying 30 years in finance, but maybe I give you a little bit of story, my own story, and a little bit about the real. So it's more of a mental health story. So I had depression from time to time, 20s, 30s, 40s. It kind of come, it would go. But it was September 22. I was depressed, had trouble eating, had trouble sleeping. I lost 40 pounds, which was amazing. And people would say, you look so great, but I never felt worse in my life. And then the depression was growing. And then it was December 19th. It was a Wednesday. I was on a Zoom call, had like a full mental breakdown, can't really speak, suicidal, telling my wife, I don't want to be here, please freaking kill me. So, you know, most wives don't want to hear that. Some might. It's okay to laugh. It's okay. It's good for you, okay? So me and my wife, we really don't know what the hell do we do in this situation. We'd never been in this situation before. So live in Atlanta, so we went to the emergency ward. Then they rolled someone out, telemedicine. They ask you all these questions, and they're like, do you want to get checked into the psych ward? I don't have no idea what the hell that means, but yeah, I want to go somewhere. So I pack up my eye mask, my sound machine, my computer. I ended up in the psych ward. You can't have any of that stuff. You can't even have a string in your pants. So that's a whole other story. And then I got out, I went home, and then I wanted to go back to work at the company that I co-founded. And I had 2 partners, and sometimes things don't work out with partners. My partners ended up buying me out of my firm. That's wonderful, I got some money. But we're talking about identity, yeah? My company was my whole identity. It was my whole life. It was my whole existence. Now the phone's not ringing, okay? Now I'm not the co-founder of an investment bank. I'm just some dude. So I fall deeper into depression because I think guys especially, there's a lot of that around their specific job or whatever they're working, whatever they're doing. I felt deeper, I started shaking, and then another guy came into the story and he helped me a lot. His name was Brent Hurd, and then he was friendly with my wife, not too friendly, but he was friendly. So my wife texted Brent and basically said, you know, Sean's in a bad place. Brent came back right away, asked all the right questions. Is he in a safe place? This is happening to a lot of people, especially guys. Something similar happened to Brent. So he became, if you think of an Alcoholics Anonymous, you have a sponsor. He became what I call now my mental health sponsor, walking, talking, hanging out. And then I went away to 2 treatment centers, one in California, one in Florida, take away your phone, you're in therapy all day. And then how the real started in the name, and then I'll shut up, is me and Brent, it was about 3 years ago, me and Brent, we were talking on the phone once I got out, and we're like, dude, you know, that was serious, that was real. I said, yeah, man, that was real. I said, that's what we're gonna call it. We're gonna call it the real. And then he asked me, well, what is it? And of course I said, I have no idea. But I know there's a lot of men, women, and families suffering, and I think we could help. So it goes along with what everyone else here is saying, I think.
Thank you so much for sharing that. I think the complexity that arises from even you sharing that is that even in this environment, and even with data and insights and lived experiences, it's still hard to discuss. You know, I've watched the audience a bit, even as individuals were sharing, whether it was data or lived experience, and you can see moments of discomfort or shifting or surprise. So to each of you, and Sean, I'll start back with you, why is it still so hard, even with the best intention, to have this conversation?
I think men and women obviously are different. Men meet shoulder to shoulder, women meet face to face. Most guys are loners. They don't want to talk about this shit, right? Most guys feel, I'm stereotyping, but they feel this pressure. They got to go out, kill the bear, and bring it home. So that's just the way we are trained. I also think men and women speak differently, okay? Because sometimes women I've had some women in the Real be like, the Real is a place where guys can talk about their feelings. And when they said that, I wanted to throw up, because guys don't talk, at least I don't talk that way, and a lot of the other guys, we look at it differently. We're going through some challenges, so you have to frame it differently. Of course, men and women both have problems, but it's just coming from a different direction.
Agreed, we absolutely can express ourselves differently, just as individuals, as humans, and then you layer on all these other aspects of identity. Ted, I'll pose the same question to you. Why is this so hard?
Well, it's hard because we're not conditioned to share our emotions. That's seen as something that women do. and that if men do it, that they're somehow not living up to that masculine norm, the hyper-masculine space that we're supposed to be in. And while I hear what Sean's saying around that we don't do it, I think we need to do it, and we do it in different ways. We might say, you know, how are you doing? You know, most men are going to say, even if their world's falling down around them and you can see it, most men are going to say, I'm good. And then if I lean in and say, hey, you don't look so good, it's almost as if I violated, like I said, I'm good, you're not supposed to lean in anymore. So not only is he not supposed to ask for help, I'm not supposed to offer help, right? So that's all around our socialization, because we have the same emotional needs, the same emotional well-being that women have, and that it's a human need, not based on sex or gender. It's a human need. And again, men are dying 5 or 6 years earlier. Suicide is 4 times higher. Anxiety and depression off the charts for men. So something's not working, and that is around emotion. So when we tell that little boy, for example, to stop crying at 4 years old, right? We're also telling him to stop feeling because he doesn't know the difference. So now he keeps shutting down these emotions over and over again, because when he brings up the emotion of disappointment, hurt, sadness, he's punished for it in one way or another by saying, I don't want to hear that. Stop crying. I can't understand you when you're crying. Where we let our daughters, dads, any dads in the room? We let our daughters cry. Yes, lean on me, give me your tears, all that. But for our boys, we put up more of a boundary because, again, we're teaching him to live in this man box, right? So we're preparing him very early, because if he goes in and shows emotions at places, he's going to be harmed, punished, bullied, because, again, all the other boys and men in his community are taught the same thing. Because that man box we talked about, homophobia is the glue that keeps the man box together. Really important. It can't exist unless we're saying, you're not man enough, you're this, you're that, you're falling short. And that's what our boys teach. They're kind of policing each other based on what the generation of men above them has taught them. They're just repeating what we've taught them. It's one generation to the next, and conversations like this interrupt that. So I want for our boys to have we sometimes call it emotional intelligence, but that's not really the term. It's more of emotional well-being, right? Because it's not about intelligent or smart or not being smart. It's really around the language. But as men, we haven't developed the language of, oh, that's what disappointment is. Oh, that's what hurt is. We just keep sucking it up, saying, I'm okay, I'm stressed out, I'm good, let me go work out, let me go have a drink, let me go do this, whatever, instead of talking about what's going on and labeling it and identifying it, which is really, really where the release of that emotion comes from.
Thank you for sharing that. And I know we're starting to run short on time, but Dreamer, I want to give you an opportunity to lean into that question too. In the work that you do in engaging workplaces, where do you see those areas of conflict where it becomes hard?
Well, I think similar to what the fellow panelists, mentioned, men are told to tough it out, right? That's a common thing, or rise to the occasion. And so when you go to end of the life, celebration or memorial, you might hear, he worked really hard. He made a lot of sacrifices. He rose to the occasion. But how do we do the work to shift that? He lived a good life. He took care of himself. His mind, body, and spirit were all intact and all there, the lives that we want to leave behind. And so when we think about corporations and companies, it's those small things. Everyone laughs at me, but I'm always like the rock in a little driplet of water, right? After a while, that turns into a river, right? So little shifts that we can take. Again, putting in place of, oh, I'm taking time off. That's great. Where are you going? Okay, we can shift some things around. We can make that work. Don't worry about that. It doesn't need to happen tomorrow, right? Because sometimes you don't know. You think, wow, this assignment is very important. I need to get it done tomorrow. Well, your boss clocks out at 5 o'clock and they won't look at it until Monday, right? And so how do we create our own little droplets that then create and shift these social norms that are set upon men, right? And so again, it goes back to what the fellow panelists talked about in reference to creating these different things that are placed upon men that men are like, I didn't ask for this, right? And so it's shifting that and being loud about it, right? Having different things. Movember is very big on wellness. During July, we have like a wellness month where people were posting about working out, doing different things to bring joy and health. Even something as small as that. I joined Movember in February, and I was like, what is this? This is great, you know? Or people sharing that, you know, they're gonna take time off and celebrating it, or announcing that they're having kids and taking time off for that. That's important, right? And our organization prides ourselves, not just what we tell people externally, but how we also operate internally is important also.
Thank you for that, and thank you for sort of letting us end on a more solution-oriented note. I know that we want to leave some time for individuals in the audience, and again, this is just the first panel, right? So for everything you've listened to and everything that you will experience today, I invite you to come up with your own solutions and think about something that you can stop, start, and continue doing that brings this work forward. Jana, do we have anything from the audience?
I don't see any questions in Slido yet, but I welcome folks to stand up and ask a question. You have a few minutes. I know stuff is on people's mind.
Yeah, please.
Tell us your name and then ask your question.
Okay. My name is CJ Golding, hello. And my question is, I often find that we talk about the challenges with the he session. So like the word literally speaks about the negative effects of the society we currently live in. Do you all have any pictures or visions of what the positive future looks like? Do you all center that positive future in your work?
I don't think the future is so negative. I don't actually look at it like that. Even like some of the things we do at the Reel, so a couple of activities we do. Every third Wednesday, we do this thing called speed friending, where we got guys from all over the planet getting on a call, 2, 4, 6, have a conversation, talk about mental health, talk about nothing. It doesn't matter. So I don't look at everything so gloom and doom and the world's gonna collapse. I don't. And then the other thing that we do, third Saturday every month, we do this thing called the Real Walk, where people who wear hats, they walk around the freaking planet. So yeah, of course there's pockets of things that aren't, you know, you don't like, but you gotta take control of your own life and make that good versus, oh, society is going to shit, what are we gonna do? I look at it as you gotta take responsibility for yourself and do the best that you can within that scope. Because I don't think we can change, to change the whole world, that's really difficult. To change yourself, that's a lot easier.
Can I add on to that? Thank you, Sean. I totally agree.
I'd be in trouble for saying that, I'm not sure. Okay.
I totally agree. And, you know, I'm very optimistic about, I mean, there's a lot of challenges we're going through right now in our country, of course. But I'm very optimistic about men, and men recognizing that something has to shift for us. I think this is the first time, it's the first generation of men even having these conversations. We haven't had these conversations before. This event that you're doing here, Jana, is one of the first of its kind, right? So that leaves me very optimistic, and because this is not working for men in a lot of ways. So to your question, I love men, and I have real belief in men and manhood and masculinity. And at the same time, I have hope and healing for men. Like there's so much that men go through. There's so much, to live in this man box, to carry that off is extremely difficult, extremely stressful, can be extremely lonely, cause a lot of pain, you know, to be constantly performing, and feeling like that it's based on that. So I'm very optimistic about manhood. And I just also want to say, and it hasn't been brought up here, but there's a lot of voices out there in social media and in the world around that are really unhealthy voices, really toxic voices. Not toxic masculinity. We haven't heard that term here because masculinity is not toxic. right? So I wouldn't ever want us to promote that. But there's toxic voices out there, and that we need an antidote to that. And the Call to Men is one of those antidotes. And there's others who are in this room doing great work. I see my colleagues here, many of them, who are doing great work, men here doing great work that are the antidote to that. So it really is around raising men's voices, because oftentimes I'll pass the mic, but I do want to just say that when we look at the harmful, that it's really the silence of men that has to change, so that when other men say, no, man, you should get a counselor, you should go to mental health, you should do things for your mental health, that we don't want to just express anger. When other men give men permission to do that, they'll do it, right? When we lean into that for each other, we'll do it. But we're all in our kind of own little world that says, oh, we're not supposed to do that, because if we do that, then somehow we're falling short on this manhood, so I'm just going to push through it. So I'm very optimistic about it.
And if I could share something just briefly. You know, one of the things like with Movember is we want to create a world where men live healthier and longer lives. Unfortunately, men pass away 5 years earlier than women for preventable reasons. 1 out of 8 men will be diagnosed with prostate, and 1 man dies each minute globally by suicide. So when we look at the impact that we can take, right, expressing and talking about mental health, sharing about the importance of going to appointments, partnering with health organizations to have health talks. I would say you repeat stuff 7 times before people really get it, right? So it's ingraining those things in your system, and then we can all be a part of the solution on those things to help those numbers improve, right? So that's Movember's stance on it, is how can we really help to bring those numbers down, to have these conversations, to spark the positive impact that we can make. You know, when you look at like prostate cancer, the stats between when someone catches it early versus late detection is staggering, right? So it's about having those conversations. And again, I think as we talk about workplaces, how do we put that stuff into our structure? How do we make men also a priority in the workplace and space? It doesn't mean that other things are not a priority, but it's making space for men and the things that go on in men's lives.
Thank you so much. We're grateful for this space that's being made for men today. And thank you, Dreama, Sean, and Ted, for this conversation.
Thank you all so much. There were so many things I just learned, that words I'd never heard before, so that was very eye-opening for me, and I hope for the rest of you. Okay, so we're going to keep this moving. Our next panel is called The Performance Paradox, High Functioning, High Risk. Our moderator for today is the Chief Culture Curator and Executive Coach for Merging Path. He's a public speaker and trainer, and this is super fun. He's the former bodyguard for Mark Zuckerberg and Sheryl Sandberg. And when he was a kid, he wanted to be a police officer. Please welcome Brooks E. Scott. He's making his way up. Okay, and our first panelist is the VP of Player Engagement for the New York Giants. He is an 8-year veteran of the NFL, a Super Bowl 44 champion, a speaker, and a philanthropist. I'd like to get your prediction for Sunday. And when he was a kid, he wanted to be a high school math and science teacher. Please give it up for Usama Young. Woo-hoo! All right, next up is a founder and CEO of Release Recovery. He is the founding member for Release Recovery Foundation. And when he was a kid, he wanted to be a baseball player. Please welcome Zach Clark. And is our final panelist in the house? Oh, there you are. Hello. Okay. All right. So our final panelist is the licensed psychoanalyst who works with adults and children struggling with depression and anxiety. He is also a clinical associate for Backline. I did not get to find out what he wanted to be when he was a kid, so I'm just going to make it up. He wanted to drive the Wienermobile. Please welcome Isaac Sloan. It's all right, all good. What did you want to be when you were a kid?
Veterinarian.
Oh,
Veterinarian.
take it away.
Awesome, thank you. Welcome everyone. Can we start with a little bit of quick math here? So I think all of you know, I used to teach 5th grade was my first job, and like I always hated math in college. I was an English major, I was really good at English, but math was not my strong suit. So guess how many of the Fortune 500 CEOs are women? 4. No? 4? A little more than 4. Got 52. 52. Now, by the way, that's progress. We worked to get to that point here now. So that means there's 448 of those Fortune 500 CEOs are men. And if men are in the positions of most of the power and authority in culture and society, you can look all over different areas where you can see this, then it also means that we're in the position to cause the most harm. Not only just to the people that we're working with, but the people of ourselves. And so I'm so curious to find out what we can talk about and uncover looking about these statistics and how these things are affecting all of us here. So one of the things I want to ask for all of our panelists here, I want to focus a little bit less on what we do, and I want to focus more on what we believe, and on what you believed in the past as well. Good, cool. So I want to start out and just kind of get right into this here. So I'm going to pass this over to our friend Isaac. And by the way, we all just met like 30 seconds ago before we came up here, and no prep today, so this is how we like to roll here. So Isaac, I'm going to pass this here to you. Let's just get right to something here, deep and serious. What part of a man's identity gets threatened when results start to crumble?
Great question. Thank you. Pleasure to be here with you all. So I'm here today representing Backline, which is a mental health and wellness resource for the music industry. As a clinical associate for Backline, I talk with people from the music industry on all different sides of it about what they're looking for in terms of a mental health or wellness resource, which usually results in making a referral to a therapist that's in our network. I myself am a psychotherapist, so I can answer this from both different sort of sides of it. But in the last panel, there was a discussion about how identity can be really wrapped up in work, and I think all of us here recognize that. In the music industry specifically, there's I think added layers to that, considering somebody's artistry is also wrapped up in their career, and so. I think that there's a lot of people I speak to who are evaluating what their life means without work, whether they be off the road for a short period of time or making a pivot or starting a family. And so I think that there's a kind of reckoning that people in the music industry do face at different sort of junctures about how much their identity is wrapped up in their work and how much that's intrinsic to their drive. And what does it mean to have downtime when you're not producing, you're not touring, and who you confront, yourself when I guess the stage is empty or the crew has gone home, so to speak.
It's interesting you're mentioning that downtime and how so many leaders are on the move and are traveling and moving. And so I can imagine that adds a whole other layer to this identity crisis, finding ways to relieve this pressure or not being around people that you love, that you care about. And so, Wissam, I'm curious from your position too, as someone who played in NFL for 8 years, a lot of time on the road. And so how has that affected you and maybe some of the players that you're working with now, just constantly moving, constantly being in change, and not being around a situation that feels familiar for them?
I appreciate that question because I know a lot of us come from different spaces. Me, of course, starting off with athletics, I think about all the travel was one thing, but more so the value that I brought to my family. As a player, I'm the youngest brother, right? I got 5 older brothers, and I'm the youngest brother. And immediately when I was drafted to the NFL, I became big bro. I was the primary breadwinner. My parents didn't have a lot of money, and I was taking care of bills on the home front. and now I'm the man. So as years progress, that becomes my identity to some degree. I'm the guy, I'm the man, I'm the one that's gonna hold it down when things go wrong. If someone gets into a pickle, I gotta deal with it. So when I get removed from the league or the league moves on from me, now it's like, man, what am I gonna do next? And so when I think about what was affected by myself first was my value. You know, my value that I brought. I'm no longer getting these checks. And yes, I set up some good things for myself and my family, but all the glitz and glamour stops. You know, y'all cheer when the Super Bowl winner comes out. Nah, that's rare now. You used to play. You're no longer on the field, nobody comes to visit you, and immediately you say, daggone, I'm no longer valuable. And I never said it out loud. I just struggle with it internally. So that would be the first thing, and it's a lot of different things, and I know we don't have a lot of time on this panel, but that's the first thing that comes to mind for myself, being in the space that I was in, and being the youngest, and immediately getting crowned as the top man of the household and beyond. Because you're not just in the household now, you're also the community champion too. So, value.
It's a fascinating thing to think about, being the youngest, the smallest, and then overnight just being right to the top now, and all these added responsibilities and pressure and identity that's now put on your shoulders. And Zach, I'm curious for you, and so you're the CEO of Residence Recovery, and I like thinking about all these things we're talking about also through the lens of what happens when we break and what happens when we're trying to come out of that breaking point. And so what's coming up for you as you're listening to our fellow panelists here on like the difficulty of coming out of this, or how we can come out of it?
Yeah, I mean, look, I am the CEO of Release Recovery, and we provide behavioral health care resources here in New York and upstate a little bit, and out in Austin, Texas. The most important thing about me is I'm a heroin addict in recovery. I'm an alcoholic in recovery. I suffer from anxiety and depression, right? And so the greatest prayer I ever said in my life was, I need help. And I said that prayer 14 years ago, right? And I run an organization of 125 people. I am banging on the drum all day to beg my employees and beg the people around me to ask for help before the breaking point actually happens, right? Because there's a question, I think, coming around emotional isolation, right? And for me, what that really means is like the inability to actually put my hand up and say, hey, I need a little help. Like, I'm struggling. This is what's going on with me. And so even with being this guy who is like the poster child for behavioral health care, right, in a lot of ways, on my best days, it is still extremely hard to ask for help. So I can't imagine what it's like for folks operating in finance and other industries. I mean, this has been programmed into me day in and day out, time and time again, and it's still hard. So I have a lot of compassion and empathy for men and women and anyone out there who might be struggling and has this fear around asking for help, and the stigma that is, you know, that's a weakness, which we all know it's not.
You know, I was a New Jersey State Trooper for about 10 years, and I remember you put the uniform on, and you put the hat on, and you got the gun and the badge, and you walk into this room with this, we called it constructive force. And it's walking into a room with that idea, that identity that you are always in control. And what a wild thing to walk into some of these rooms and feel fear for yourself, for your family, for your coworkers. And I think about everything that's happening. This is a whole other discussion for another day, what's happening in our country right now with law enforcement. But I think about all these things that we're talking about here now, and how that also affects everybody. And how if we, going back to those Fortune 500 CEOs, don't learn how to do this stuff better for ourselves, we're just going to be causing more and more harm in culture and society. And so you mentioned that emotional isolation. And I'm curious from Isaac, from your perspective, and Osama from yours as well, especially working with people, with musicians, and not just the musicians, it's the whole crew that's on the road. You're kind of constantly on the road with people. There's people all around you. And so how can someone still be isolated, feel isolated, when they're around so many people? Because I can imagine that feeling is still there. So I'd love to hear from you, and then Osama next.
Well, this is a great question. I think of the quote from the great Janis Joplin, who said, "On stage, I make love to thousands of people, and then I go home alone." You know, that there are these extreme highs of connectivity, of exuberance, and then a moment after. And I think that different people bear the weight of that in different ways, from, you know, people whose artist's name carries the whole thing, and they just worked to write an album of songs and tour it, and then there's the next moment, and a whole crew of people is relying on them to make the next single, put out the next album, and get the show back on the road. And then, as you said, crew members who are also working arduous hours, and, you know, can feel themselves as being a cog in such a larger scale production that relies on them to get up and do that work. So there are a number of challenges involved in the isolation, and as well as everyone's individual psychodynamics at play in the tour bus, you know, or backstage.
It's a powerful way to think about that, being on stage and being in front and having all the attention, and then going home to nothing, even though there's people around you all the time. Yeah. How about for you? What's it been like? What comes to mind for you?
What comes to mind for me is, first, I played with, we had 53 guys on the roster, and in the locker room, you know, we stuck together for the most part, but I'll be honest, just because you're teammates doesn't mean that you're friends. But every day you go in, you got to show up and be at your best. That's what it is when you're at the top, you know? You're the best at what you do. You got to be the best. And everyone around you expects that, right? And I'm not just talking about sports right now, because now I'm the Vice President of Player Engagement at the NFL, at the New York Football Giants, and every day now, about 90 guys sometimes on our roster are expecting me to be at my best. And I could lie and say right here, oh, I'm good. Every day I go in and I'm upbeat and I'm uplifted and I'm hyped. But no, my emotions are isolated. I keep them within. I'm not, well, so you know what, today, Jenny, you're doing a great job, because this is perfect for me. I struggle every day. I struggle every day with being on top, with being the man, with being a dad, whether I'm, as Ted, I'm not sure if he's still in here somewhere. Ted, you said daughters, let them cry. No, I'm like, Ari, you gotta be tough. Zion, come on, man, pick it up. But then I think about it, you know what? I let Aria fall, but I picked her up before she hit the ground. Zion, when he was riding his bike, I let him fall, or he hit the ground. And toughen up, son. And now that leads to that isolation, because we gotta be tough. But I'm learning that tough isn't about being isolated. It's about understanding the power of a network, of a brotherhood. I'll say family. I don't want to just say we gotta have brothers, we gotta have family, and not necessarily blood, but ones that I respect enough to know that they're dealing with it, because I'm very empathetic. So I go into work sometimes and I'll tell either players or my direct reports, hey, I'm struggling today. You know, and hey, I just don't have it today. I'm gonna deliver how I can. I'm not gonna use this as a crutch, but I'm gonna need you to pick me up a little bit. And being able to do that lends to my staff understanding, you know what, I can be comfortable with telling my supervisor. Players can be comfortable with telling their mentor or their teacher, or big bro or unk, some of them say to me. But they can come to me with their issues, or they can share, hey man, I just didn't have a good day. I'm not having a good day. Hey, cool, if you want to talk about it, I'm here for you. Matter of fact, I might just let the position coach know that, so that they can expect a little bit of a different body language to expect, or a different performance from the guy. But that's where that emotional isolation happens. But from my perspective as a leader, I can say, you know what? I get it, and I'm right with you.
You too young to be Unc, by the way. You too
I
young.
thought so too.
I'm sitting here smiling because, and I'll just be like real, like the exact thing you just said to the players and some of your direct reports. I was just gonna scream from the stage today. Like, it's Friday at 2:00. I didn't want to walk in here. I didn't feel like I had much to add today. Like, whatever the right side of the bed is on, I woke up on the other side of it today. So like, I'm just here to say, like, I feel that, and like, if I was gonna say anything today, I was just gonna tell people where I'm at, which is like, you know, exactly what I just did. So.
Appreciate that, man.
Somebody's gonna have to shut our mics off because I'm not stopping. I'm loving this. I'm loving this. Keep this going. So much of what we're talking about here, I think, comes back down to fear. Fear of not being this or not being seen this way or not feeling this thing. And so I'm curious, and Zach, I want to pass this back to you. This fear of being irrelevant or not being who you are, and like maybe even in your own personal journey, how has fear and irrelevance shaped what you're feeling, what you're thinking, how you're moving and operating now as opposed to how it was before for you?
Yeah, you asked at the beginning to say what we believe, right? And when it comes to fear, I believe that a lot of my behaviors and actions are driven by fear. And I believe that's generational. Like, if I get really honest with it, I believe a lot of what I have today and a lot of what I possess was passed down to me by my father. And that took a lot of deep child of origin work and going and doing some really intensive therapy about the way that I grew up, which, by the way, I lived a beautiful existence. Like, I was given everything that I could ask for as a child, but what was stripped of me as a young man was my ability to be curious about what I actually wanted to be. And when she said I wanted to be a baseball player, the truth to that question is my dad wanted me to be a baseball player. I didn't want to be a baseball player, right? And so when I go back and I look at that as a young kid and knowing that a lot of my relationship with my father was based on this thing that he wanted for me, and I didn't have this ability to think for myself as a young man, what's going to happen as I grow up into this world? You know, I'm going to continue to strive and try to be a thing that was programmed into me as a young child, and then I'm going to pass that down to my kids if I'm not willing to break the cycle. You know, and I think what I believe as a man and as a leader, it can be lonely at the top. You know, there can be a lot of fear. And so what I try to do is I try to give myself and the people around me, especially the men around me, the ability to be curious about what it is that they actually want to be and not what they think someone else, especially that father figure, wanted them to be. And it took me, you know, bottoming out with a needle in my arm at 27 to kind of come out of that and be willing to do the work. And I don't blame my dad for that. Let's be clear. Like, he is one of my best friends in life is my father. But we're able to talk about that, you know, because when I stopped playing baseball, that relationship took a turn for the worse, and we had to do a lot of work to get it back.
Yeah, that's powerful. You mentioned clarity and purpose, and Isaac, I want to pass this over to you as our psychoanalyst on the panel here. And so one of the things that I do for my work as an executive coach, I do leadership training, diversity training, public speaking training. And one of the questions I get from people all the time for public speaking is, hey, Brooks, can you teach me how to be more confident? And I tell people that public speaking has nothing to do with confidence. It has to do with using specific tactics and skills at the right time to convey your message with clarity and purpose. And so I'm so curious, Isaac, for you, how does understanding that clarity and purpose, how can that help someone alleviate those feelings of fear or push through and move past those feelings of fear?
Sure. Thanks for the question. There's a lot of different orientations in the therapeutic space, a lot of different ways that people work, and a lot of different sort of philosophies and modalities of coming to therapy. And at Backline, we definitely have a roster of people who work in wildly different ways, from people who work more like executive life coaches to people who are really in the mindfulness space. I feel kind of like I'll tell you a little bit about how I orient my work in therapy, and it kind of follows off of what Zach was saying about being able to think for oneself, and even fear. Playing on the last topic, what fear is about for someone is not always so apparent. In fact, most of the time, even if you have a sense of what it is you fear, there's far more to it. So I think in the therapy space, I really try to work with people on helping them know their own minds, come to be able to understand how they think about things, and what gets in the way of understanding that. I have a lot of people come to you asking about confidence. A lot of people say to me, how do I get rid of my anxiety entirely? As if I have magic words for that, which is, a kind of aspect of the anxiety, that it's uncomfortable, that they want to move away from it as soon as possible. It's not a good space to stay in. But if you can take the time to come and understand your own mind through the relationship that therapy offers, I do think that clarity, things do become more clear in less obvious ways.
So how do I get rid of my anxiety entirely?
Right. If you find the answer to that, let me know, please.
Thank you. Osama, I want to pass this to you here on waiting to ask for help, maybe until maybe one would say it's never too late, but until these major consequences happen. And so working with the players that you're working with, there's got to be some people that are waiting till that rock bottom that are coming to you. So what are some things that you are doing to encourage the players to ask for help before things get worse? And by the way, for all of our panelists here, as we're coming to a close pretty soon, let's shift our minds more towards action items going forward now. I love hearing everything about what you believe in the past, but I want to give our viewers something that they can use and they can do. So keeping that in mind, what are some things that you do to encourage your players to come and seek help faster?
And I'll speak to my own experience again because it shaped my belief on this. First, as a rookie, I was fortunate to be drafted to the New Orleans Saints, where we had a head of player engagement who was my first mentor, so to speak, in the professional ranks. And this man took me under his wing. And I didn't realize he was not just taking me under his wing, he was taking the entire roster under his wing. And that's a tough lift, right? You think about what I just described in terms of 53 guys, upwards to 90 at some point. But anytime I had something going on with me, I felt comfortable because he was comfortable with sharing with me. Similar to the story I told earlier. When someone else is transparent or vulnerable or is able to share some of their baggage with you, you're more often or more apt to say, you know what, I can do the same. So that started early on for me, and I leaned on him at all times. And I mean, it was a time when I felt like I should be playing. I was mad. My folks were putting pressure on me. My friends, everyone was talking about, man, I thought you were going to do this. And I'm just like, what the heck, man? Why am I not playing? And the head coach, during the meeting, he said, some of you guys have been drafted. Some of you guys think you all are all good, but if you don't go out and show me something, I'm going to cut you. You will be released. Not cut, all right? You will be released from the team, fired, terminated. And I didn't think he was talking to me. I'm like, man, I've been playing well when I get the chance. Y'all just need to give me a chance. Well, that confidant, he came to me and said, hey, bro, after the meeting, he said, Coach was talking to you. Right then and there, reality check. I'm sitting back like, all this stuff that I'm like complaining about, I haven't really been performing. I've been living in this like fantasy, right? Like I'm thinking I was balling. Then I checked the tape and I saw internally, I was like, oh, well, okay. Nah, I haven't. But that game, the third preseason game, I went out and I balled out. Forced fumble recovery, tackles, did my thing. And I stayed on the team for a couple more years. So I say that because that opening up, that sharing is the first measure for myself that I pass on to others and say, hey, you gotta be transparent with your crew. But then I think it's just shapes in a culture, the culture that you wanna build. If you wanna build a culture where you're going to celebrate resilience and dependability, because another thing I heard in the NFL was your ability is your availability. And if you're not available, you don't have any ability. So you will get let go. And if you're constantly pushing people to come in early and leave late, no matter what's going on, people are gonna start to withhold information. They're gonna fight through it. It's gonna lead to burnout. They're not gonna be as productive. Different things are gonna come out down the line. And that's where you build out that culture that is, I'll just say straight up, toxic. Now, the last thing that you mentioned as well, and I want to just go back to that question that you asked in terms of why do you wait to the end? You got to think about how long you've been doing it at the top, how long you've been performing at this high level. You got this big house, you got this nice car, you got all these things, and shoot, I'm not making this money anymore, or I'm not performing, and I gotta sell this? And everyone, man, I bought my mom's a house, now I gotta tell her, hey, Mom, you can't live in that house anymore? You wait until that point. And like you said, you wanted to say, nah, it's never too late. Well, shit, in that instance, it's too late. And a lot of that comes from all of the success that you've had, and a lot of people want to say all of that work is amounting to why you've gotten there. It's partly part of it. Some of it's natural ability, some of it's innate, but the other part is, you know what? It's just fortunate that you were there. I know we got to move on.
I'm feeling everything that you're saying, and I love those points. I'm imagining that situation where you got a house for your mom, and now you got to take that back, and that's another one of that pressure that a lot of us feel. And Zach, I want to hear from you on this one here too. And not just from your personal experience, but as someone who's the CEO of this organization that's helping people recover too, what does it actually feel like for a lot of people, a lot of men to ask for help?
I mean, initially, it's terrifying, right? Like initially, that initial hand going up, it's one of the hardest things I ever had to do. And then right after, there's a enormous sense of relief that that you can't even imagine, that I couldn't imagine. And I do work with a lot of high achievers. I consider myself to be a high achiever myself. You know, I think this talk is kind of swirling around a lot of that. And in behavioral health care, right, which I've been working in for 14 years, that first word, behavioral, right? Like I think we, especially as men, when we get to that point of burnout or exhaustion, we forget about that. And I have you asked for some solutions, right? Like a very basic checklist for myself around behaviors. Are you sleeping? Are you eating? Are you drinking water? And like, you might laugh, but those are 3 questions. If you really answer those honestly, like I'm telling you, you're gonna see something that you didn't see before. And then the second point I wanted to make just on solutions quickly is I had the opportunity to interview Dr. Niobe Way, who's a professor down at NYU, and she's been studying men, specifically young boys, for a very, very long time. And what she said is, these boys, right, they're telling us what they need. They're telling us everything about them. We're just not listening. So for me, my job sometimes is just to shut up and listen.
Wow, that's powerful. That's powerful. And Isaac, pass this last to you, maybe just quick 45 seconds because we're coming to time. And by the way, we refuse to leave the stage without any questions. So someone out here better put something in your mind right now because we're not getting off with at least one question. But Isaac, for you, how about and this could maybe some free psychoanalytic advice for all of us here. What are some solutions that we could do to avoid burnout, to avoid these high feelings of anxiety? And I love what you just said here, Zach, about some things that we can do and how hard this is. But how about from your perspective, Isaac? So some quick things that we could do to avoid these these things?
Well, I certainly think talking with one another has been a real takeaway here. And I also think that sometimes there's a real sort of split between what's personal and what's professional. And, I think the four of us have really benefited from incorporating our personal experience into what we're saying here. And I think when you recognize that your professional life, we're talking about professional burnout, right, specifically, has no sort of trace of your personhood in it, you're kind of destined to run yourself a little ragged. And what incorporating one's personhood, one's personality in the workplace looks like is a lifelong endeavor, right? Like a whole career long of figuring out where you fit into your professional persona. But I definitely think it can be palpable when that's missing.
Yeah, that's powerful. I love that. Finding a way to bring that personality into your work can be really powerful.
Can I share something that we can do?
Yeah, let's do it.
There's one thing that everyone in this room could do. Call a man. Call a man up and check on him. Like, right after you get out of here. Don't text, call. And if they don't pick up, call someone else. See how they're doing. Like, that's something that it brings me joy when I can check in and get whether it's good or positive, make a positive impact, make an impact from my own standpoint, so.
I love that. As the resident executive coach here, I can't let people leave without making commitments that they can follow through. So raise your hand if when we're done this whole summit here today, you are going to call a man and check in on him.
I love that.
Let's see over here. Okay, love it. Thank you, thank you. So as we said, we can't leave without any questions. So what do you got?
I have a question. This has been great, you guys. I'm curious specifically for musicians, also for athletes, and of course all high achievers, executives, the complex relationship with social media, right? We talk about performance and performing. For so many of us, it helps our job. It's good for us in a lot of ways. We can connect, we can discover. I would love to hear the nuances of that as it relates to this conversation.
I feel like this is a whole nother. So I had a very bizarre, something I did not show. It was like in 2020, I actually went on a reality television show. So my following went from like 500 to 700,000 overnight, right? And so you talk about like being thrown into a world that I had no idea about. And over the past 5 years, I've had to navigate that in a very, like what I've done is I've committed to myself, I'm gonna use my platform for things that I stand for and things that I care about, which is behavioral health care. I have also recently bought a second phone so I can put my social media on the cabinet or whatever and leave it and not think about it, because I did find myself like the dopamine hits, right? Like how many likes, how many comments, and like it's true for everyone. I think I'm just willing to say it. I see the messages, we see the comments, like the good and the bad. So it's a polarizing thing. And I've also got a laundry list of lessons of people that said, thank you so much for sharing. You saved my life, you saved my brother's life, like whatever it is, we got into treatment because of you. And that's where you can't turn your back on that, because that's real meaningful work.
I'll share that with social media, I've taken a different approach. At first, as a player, I was on then Twitter, and I was getting all types of comments when I played well, all types of positive feedback, likes and all that when I played well. But as soon as I made a bad play, they crushed me. And I bowed out. I said, man, I'm off of this. Some guys I know can take it and they'll continue to feed and continue to look at it at halftime, look at comments. I said, no, I'm done. And I would never recommend that to the guys now. I tell them, no, don't do that. Don't do that. Stay on, but just don't let that rule how you feel about yourself. And now I have 700 followers, and
I'll trade you.
But I get on and I say, I'm just going to share the same messages that I'm sharing now. I run every day. I'm on close to 1,500 days straight of running, and I share a positive message when I run. And I ignore whatever is negative out there, but I do keep it real because I know that social media is easy to just be a highlight tape, and that's how I look at it. All highlight tapes look really good. And if you look at everyone's highlight tape, you're gonna expect them to be amazing people. They're this, they're living life. They have nothing going wrong with their lives. But that's not reality. So I share with the guys and I share with the players on our team, and I'm like, bro, hey, I get it. Leverage social media. Build your brand how you want to build your brand. Myself, as an individual, I'm going to share my runs and my love for being active and my love for positive storytelling on my social media page.
Well, you have 701 followers now, because I'm about to follow you in a second here. When I became an executive coach, one of the hardest lessons I had to learn was getting over this fear of asking the wrong question. I always thought I had to, like, if you weren't crying at the end of my session, I wasn't getting you. And then I realized that sometimes the wrong questions point you in the right direction. I often think they always do. And so when I compare that to social media, for me, I put out things out there that feel right, that feel authentic for me. And if the signal comes back that it wasn't the right piece of content, I adjust if it's something that I feel like I want to adjust. But then there's other times where I'm like, I don't care if y'all didn't like this. I loved making this. And so for me, the social media connection is about building something and making something that feels right and authentic for you. And as long as I accomplish that mission, I don't let the lows get me too low, and I don't let the highs get me too high either. Yeah, Isaac, what's on your mind for the social media question?
You know, I've seen bands, to your question about bands, operate it in different ways. For some people, quick, easy content, it allows them to keep going. For other people, that is too daunting, and they really spend some time producing something that they feel really good about sharing online, and the production element of that allows things to take on another tone where they're actually using more creative capacities and working as a team. But I think it can be a hard thing to be honest about, relationship to social media. It's confusing.
Well, listen, everyone, thank you for sharing so much of yourselves and your story. Oh, go for it, yeah. Hey, what's up?
Hold on, Lauren.
Wait, let's get the mics so we get you on there. There we go.
Hi, this is so helpful. I'm curious, this is a really specific question, so if you don't know, it's totally okay. But is there ever a place for a colleague, for someone from someone's employer in an intervention setting? I'm thinking of someone, a man who's having a really hard time realizing he needs help because he's mostly really worried about losing his career. Everybody around him can see that actually he's at risk of losing his career if he doesn't get help.
It's complicated, I think, is the truth of the answer. I mean, I'm sure you have some thoughts on this. There's human resources. When we go in and we do interventions, and I've done and conducted many of them, the first thing I tell the family or the people that are hiring me is, like, every case is different. Like, we work on a case-by-case basis, and we look for leverage points, right? And I think the reality of the intervention is that it has changed, right? There was the show, and there used to be this idea that we would break into people's homes and rip people out of there, and they'd be on their way to treatment and happily ever after. But that's not what we're doing anymore. Like, we're using some motivational interviewing. We're moving forward with honesty. We're trying to get a healthy group of people to surround that person and communicate to them honestly about what's going on and how they're feeling. And then kind of like level up the pressure from there. I'm happy to talk to you more about it, but there's definitely been situations in my career where the employer or a colleague or a business partner has actually been the key person to inspire that person to actually get the help they need. So it's tough, though. It's complicated for sure.
Yeah, I think that there's always a reality element to this kind of thing, and also an imagined aspect of it as well. There is the reality of sometimes taking a break away from work or complicating your work-life scenario for the sake of getting mental health service. That's there's tangible things involved like money and time. But there's also, a kind of resistance to getting treatment. It's a factor. I think we all kind of want it and don't want it, and how to talk with people about that really depends on who they are individually. I mean, some people I can say that to and they say, yeah, it's actually been really hard to admit that I have been struggling with this, that, or the other thing, and other people will, hammer home the idea that it's going to take away from their job, or they can't afford it, or, any number of things to really avoid doing it. And at some point, you have to say something more like, you're really hard on yourself, really hard on yourself. Let's talk about that part, and that's the foray into understanding more about the risk that they feel in getting help.
And obviously, I'll just add, like, if the person, like, there is another level of, like, if the person is at danger, there's 911. Like, I just have to say that as a behavior, like if you're, like, worried about their life, then we're gonna kind of, like, elevate the measures we take. Yeah.
Yeah, quick plug for Backline. We just 2 weeks launched a 24-hour crisis hotline for the music industry. So that is available.
That's great to hear that. Nice. That's great to hear. One quick response for you. We have one other question coming, so I want to leave some time for that. From my perspective, there's always a place for it, because I think that we believe that these interventions have to be this huge deal where we're all coming into a room and, like, sometimes it's just a simple, small question. They're like, I don't feel like you're okay. And that question, the hand on someone's shoulder, can make the difference of someone opening up and making and doing something that they could actually save their lives. And I would argue we spend more time at work with people that we work with than we do with people in our personal lives. So what better place to try these things and try to help people than at work? And then whatever mistakes we make, we can bring those mistakes with us to our personal life. We're actually better at this with the people that we actually love. And so from my perspective as someone who thinks about coaching and works with organizations, I think there's always a space for some kind of intervention. Yeah, thank you for that. Yeah.
And if we could just have one person answer it, I'm so sorry, we are very tight on time. Okay, take it away.
Thank you. There are certain environments, certain sub-communities, subcultures that are inherently toxic. And the toxicity within those environments can lead to very tragic repercussions. Here I'm thinking specifically the blue culture, which is law enforcement. Certainly various industries have their subcultures that can be very toxic. So the question is, how do we mitigate that? And also, how do we empower future successive generations to think critically and to be clear as to, this is not conducive, this is not healthy for me, this is not healthy for someone in my environment.
I love to pass this for you to answer this one. This is a good one, because as working with players that are coming up and thinking about those next generation of players, what comes to mind?
It's funny because I know that you're a former policeman, so I was like, you know what? Let me hear what he has to say about this. Honestly, I really would. And the only reason I have come up, and I'm gonna be really quick. I know you said only one person, but I gotta get your take on this. I will say, from a standpoint of being a young black man in PG County, Maryland, being handcuffed at one point and put on the curb and sat down at 12 or 13 years old and did not do anything wrong but was put on display, I was really, really just confused at the time and scared. Now I've got children, and I remember the first time I was riding down the street, and it was after something negative had happened in our society. I'm not sure if it was George Floyd or something with a policeman, but my children said, oh no, there go the policeman. I'm like, no, the policemen are there to look out for you. They're here to keep you safe. They're here to protect you. And that was something that I thought about as a child. I could have went that direction in terms of, I can't stand the police. But over time, I understood that sometimes there are some negative ones within that sect. Not everyone is there to hurt me or is not doing their job properly. But with that said, I know it starts at a young age, and how we perceive and also how they go about their jobs and what might have happened in the past that reared to how they do their jobs and how they come together. So I just had to give that take and my insight, and well, my past experience, but also wanting your understanding there.
Thank you for that. I don't think kindness is necessarily something that we need to teach. I think everyone here in this room knows what kindness is. I think we need to teach how to remove the things that stop us from being kind. And so whether those subcultures are within the police or within the NFL or the sports industry, whatever it happens to be, I think we need to identify those things that are standing in the way of kindness so that we can do more of that. But it's a huge question. We'd love to talk with you more with that question when we take a break, but I want to make sure we're conscious of the time here. But thank you, everyone, on the panel, and thank you, all of you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. So since Usama said that you asked us to all pledge to call a man, I'm just wondering, does anybody have John Hamm's phone number? Okay, that was a really powerful conversation. Before we go to a break, we have a very special guest, so I just ask you to sit really quickly. It's only about a minute, and then we will all grab a little bite and kibitz, and we'll be right back.
Hi everyone, my name is Harley Turner, and I'm Jana Merowitz's son. Hi Mom. My mom was a large part of making today happen. I know she and her colleagues worked so hard to create this event, and I'm a big reason she does this work. She talks a lot about how important it is for people, especially men, to feel healthy, supported, and respected at work. She believes that when workplaces are healthier, people are better leaders, better parents, and better humans. She wants to help create work environments that are better for my generation and future generations, so we can grow up in a world where people take care of themselves and each other and at home and work. Thank you so much for being here and for caring about men's health and well-being and the well-being of my generation. What you're doing really matters. Hope you have an amazing day. Welcome.
Give it up for Harley. All right, we'll be back in 10 minutes. Please get back to your seats at 2:40, and in the meantime, kibitz and have a good time.
Ladies and gentlemen, the program is about to resume. Please return to your seats. Once again, we are about to resume the panel. Please return to your seats. Thank you.
Hello. Hello, everyone. I love all of these fantastic conversations happening We have a lot more programming to get to, so please take your seats right now. Thank you. Okay, everyone, please welcome to the stage Giovanna Gray Lockhart.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I hate to pull you away from the snacks and your conversations, but I promise there'll be more opportunity to chat. Okay. Hi, I'm Giovanna, and I'm a policy advisor to Antenna Up. I really enjoyed those last two panels. That was really great. I was thinking about how I am guilty of putting men in the man box, so thank you for calling that out. And as a boy mom, it's something that I'm very conscious and aware of. Before we get into this next set of conversations, Brave New Blueprints, I want to ground us for a moment in what we mean by the term blueprints. Every durable shift in how work actually functions, how people stay attached to their work, how families are supported, how risk is shared, has required intentional design. We can learn from history about how our country approached workplace policy shifts and modernization to meet shifting economic and cultural demands. In the middle of the Great Depression, the United States didn't stumble into modern labor protections by accident. They were built through policy, through institutions, through new norms that made economic security possible for millions of people. Those systems weren't perfect, but they were designed for the reality of their time and the reality of workers' lived experiences. Today, we find ourselves in a moment where we're living in a world where the old designs no longer fit. Men are disengaging from work at alarming rates. Benefits exist on paper but go unused. Leadership models reward performance while quietly draining connection. These are not individual failures. These are design failures, system failures. So part 2 today is about exploring how we build brave and practical new blueprints for the future of work. Blueprints that assume men must be actively engaged, not passively served. Blueprints that recognize connection as infrastructure, not just a nice to have. And blueprints that make work healthier and more functional for everybody. In an engagement audit, our next panel will look closely at benefits and culture, where they break down, why men often don't use what's available, and what actually drives adoption before crisis hits. Then, in the next panel, a leadership upgrade, will examine how trusted relationships have become the most valuable currency at work, and how men grow and stay when mentorship, peer alliances, and public learning are designed into the system. These conversations are about fixing the structures men and all of us are operating within, so that performance, health, and belonging can all coexist. With that, let's begin part 2, Brave New Blueprints.
Thank you, Giovanna. Okay, for this next panel, we're going to bring up our moderator first. He is the co-founder and CEO of The Lives of Men, a personal development, wellness, and community platform that helps men navigate modern masculinity. He also was previously the Global Chief Impact and Inclusion Officer at BBDO Worldwide. Please welcome, and he wanted to be an NBA player when he was a kid. Give it up for Jason Rosario. Woo-woo! Nothing but net. Okay, next up. She is the head of people and workplaces at Digital Asset, where she leads the company's global talent, culture, and workplace strategy. She has also led teams at Google, Disney, and Vice. And when she was little, she wanted to be an entertainer. Please give a warm welcome to Daisy Auger Dominguez. Our next panelist is the executive director at Russell Reynolds Associates. He previously worked at Ernst & Young, PwC, Aon, and the NFL. And like many of our panelists, when he was little, he wanted to be a professional athlete. Please give it up for Imani Fenton. And finally, and this is one of the juicier when I was a kid aspirations, he is the senior advisor, men's engagement strategist for Warrior Compassion Institute. And when he was little, he wanted to be an undercover DEA agent. Give it up for Sean Harvey.
That was great. Well, thank you. What's up, everybody? Good to see you all. Come on, you just came off a break. Thank you. We were just talking about the fact that so grateful to be the first panel right off of a break, because energy was a little bit stagnant. So look, I want to give this panel and this conversation a bit of framing. Disengagement from men costs the global economy approximately $1 trillion. Sit with that for a minute. In terms of productivity, in terms of absenteeism, in terms of turnover. And companies continue to invest. They continue to invest in wellness programs. Unfortunately, though, men, half of the workforce, don't engage, hardly engage. And so we tend to blame men for that. We tend to look at them and just say, oh, it's just men being men. But what if instead we looked at the design of those programs? It's not men, it's the design of the programs. So let's not blame men when what we need to start doing is thinking about male psychology and the what's, the whys, and the hows men actually do engage. So today's conversation is about that. It's not about creating more programs or thinking about what we need to do to invite men into the conversation. It's about how we turn the lens on organizations to design differently. And that's why it's a systems conversation. You've heard that term used over and over. So let's talk about how we decrease that opportunity cost. So my first question, thank you all for joining me, some esteemed panelists here, my friend Daisy. The first question for all of you is, sorry about that, how do we normalize men investing in their inner work just as much as they invest in the outer work, whether it's professional, skill building? How do we incentivize them to look at that internally? So we'll start with you, Daisy.
Hi everyone. If I sound a little particularly hoarse, is that I'm in week 2 of this flu that's going around that just doesn't want to go away, and so I'm still in recovery mode. But I'm absolutely thrilled to be here and love that Jana and the team have built this. You know, it's a really interesting question, Jason, because when designing offerings in organizations, we tend to think about the things, right? Kind of the library of offerings. And when it comes to offerings like benefits and wellness programs, it's kind of a library. You get PDFs and you get links and you get hotlines and you get programs. But many men I've found, they learn to operate not necessarily in a library formation, but they learn to operate with tools. And we don't frame these as tools many times. And we also don't frame it as pathways for what's next. We frame it as sort of these concessions and these things that you have to do because there's something that's failing in you. And I don't know about all of you, but for most humans, and I've found particularly with the men that I've worked with, when it feels like to get access to something, they have to confess to a frailty or confess to something negative, they're not going to touch it. But if you frame it as something that's going to give you competitive edge, then that sounds different, right? Then and these are the same offerings, but it is in how we frame, how we design, right? Language matters, design matters, how we engage in these conversations, and how we design offerings and programs that are not these standalones, right? Think about mental health days, think about mental health programs, they feel like these standalone offerings versus how about integrating it into everyday workflows so that it is part and parcel to what it takes to lead and to execute and to deliver at your highest capacity. So that, it's a high-level way of answering your question, but I think it begins with the design and the language and the understanding the pathways that different individuals take, and that what we offer sometimes feels too pedantic or too much like a library of offerings that feels like a frailty versus something that's going to help me advance and build the capabilities that I need. We also define a lot of this work as sort of a minus thing that you have to work on. But I think leadership, operationalizing work, it's about capability building. And if we start framing it that way, then it feels less, again, like a, sort of a negative that you have to overcome, and more of, this is what's going to help me advance in my career and be the professional or the leader that I want to be.
I love that answer, by the way. I think that's a great answer. Just for context, my firm, Russell Reynolds, we recruit the biggest executives you can think of in the world, from C-suite to, really, most of our work is at the C-suite, but CEOs for the biggest logos. And so I spend all of my day assessing and evaluating leaders sometimes that you see in newspapers and you would recognize, to others that are aspiring to do that. And the way we go about assessing those leaders is, I think of it as like I've been tasked to write a biography about this person. And it's not how many tennis balls can fit in a phone booth. It's really about, most of the time I just say, tell me more. Why? Right? And the journey through their life and their career. But as I look at the assessment, it starts with, tell me about what it was like being around the dinner table, right? And who was there? Did your parents, did you plan to go to college, right? Who did that come from? Where did that motivation come from? And as we work our way through, I think what I find in leaders that are maybe the most authentic, that really sort of provide spaces for healthy spaces for their employees, is that they have had one, good leaders that have shown them the way, or bad leaders that they're trying not to be like, that have shown them the wrong way. And they always seem to have people that they lead that follow them places, right? And that's one, it's maybe getting lead, but that's one thing that I always look for, is who have you followed and who's followed you? And I think when you then debrief with leaders and they ask, well, why didn't I get this job, or why didn't I get that job? Some of the feedbacks or the gaps around are really around followership, right? And your results, part of the results is the strongest people in your organizations haven't wanted to help you be successful, right? In negative cases. And so I think the ability for leaders to, one, receive that feedback and give feedback when needed, but it's really a telltale sign when the people say, wow, I didn't realize that. Tell me more. What is the feedback? And I think healthy spaces and leaders working on themselves, which is the first part of the question, leaders working on themselves starts there, is what's your foundation? What happened and what decisions along the way created who you are? And just being able to evaluate that and walk through with leaders is really some of the best parts of my day.
All right, hey everybody. So Warrior Compassion Institute, what is this thing? We are a startup firm that's really focused on engaging the hardest to reach men and the hardest to access systems to discover new models that can be applied to all men. So that includes police, military, defense, government, finance, tech, energy, as well as evangelical communities, conservative communities, and part of my work is in counter-extremism. So how do we prevent radicalization of American men and boys? So we look at it from that perspective. And so from that angle, I just want to give an example of where I saw success. And so when I was after I left New York and I moved to DC, I started this thing called Men's Soul Adventures DC. Didn't know how many guys would come out. First day, within 24 hours, 52 guys signed up. Within 3 months, 180 guys went to 4 other cities, and then we got to 330 guys within 3 days. So I got smart, and I'm like, okay, why? Why solo adventure? A third of them said, I just wanted a different type of adventure, and this sounded interesting. A third of them said, I wanted deeper connection with men that went beyond the superficial. And a third of them said, I just wanted a place for deep conversations, and I wanted to be able to talk about spirituality and faith in a way that I could answer my questions without going to church. And so what that told me, and I'm going to apply it now to systems, what that told me is, one, sometimes we overprocess, overcomplicate, and try to figure this out, and we speak from the logical mind. And I think for guys, it's when we speak to the deeper yearning, and we articulate it and we give the invitation to come into your own humanity. And so when I'm working with a cop, when I'm working with a DEA agent, when I'm working with whatever, I'm speaking to their humanity. It's taking the threat down, it's taking the fear, and it's making an invitation. And I think that so much of this work is not about programs, it's about invitation and permission. When we can give the right invitation that guys can hear and the permission to come in and be vulnerable without calling it vulnerability, that becomes the opening.
I love that. And I often say that we tend to conflate vulnerability with transparency. Two different things. We can get into that later. But I want to stay with you for a minute, Sean. And I just want to take the Band-Aid off for a minute here, right? Because if we're honest with ourselves, everyone in this room is in the same echo chamber. We're on the same wavelength, right? We're all thinking about this stuff. And to your point, you spend most of your time with people that we would call being on the fringes, right? Extremists, people that are in law enforcement. And I find that we don't spend enough time thinking about male psychology and what is the thing that causes those men, one, to adopt those ideologies, but then how do we invite them into the conversation? And so that's what I'd love to hear from you, is how do you engage men through the lens of male psychology in a way that doesn't make them feel like they are adopting someone else's agenda?
Right. So what I call it is dude psychology. And from that place, one, whenever I'm engaging, especially with someone who's radicalized, and I have to also admit, part of what got me on the work of radicalization was that my ex-boyfriend was on the path to radicalization. So I got to sit at the kitchen table and go, as a progressive New Yorker, I don't get this. How do I understand this? And it was really an education that I had to separate. I see what this man loves. How do I love this man and his humanity, even if I hate his views? And how can I separate the humanity of the man from the views of the man and get curious about those views without judgment? Right, so that's a part of it. And so what I find is often when folks, I call it the hype effect on men and culture: hate, isolation, polarization, and extremism. But isolation is often one of the cornerstones. When guys are isolated, what do they say? It's you, yourself, and you're behind enemy lines, and you're telling yourself 75% negative to 25% positive. So they're getting all of this negative reinforcement from their own psyche, right? And when they're by themselves, and then you've got the algorithms that activate their unresolved grievance and untouched grief. So you've got all these forces playing out. So one thing I think is just if we can simply break down isolation by bringing community that's attractive, and often that's doing something, as I've heard before. It's an adventure, it's an exploration, it's working on a project, it's being in service. These things are easy ways in, but then you can realize when you're hearing the crazy in my head is then the crazy in his head, and it's crazy in his head, I'm not the only one that's crazy. And I think that one of the most powerful things in this work is when a guy realizes he's not the only one, and he's not alone, right? So I think when we can break that down, that's the opening.
It's practicality over aspiration.
And usually in the companies that I speak to, guys typically go, Sean, this is great. These aspirations are great, but give me something practical and real, and let's get out of leadership speak and corporate speak and get into human speak.
I love that. Imani, I want to come to you. You started to talk about the way that you evaluate talent. So I want to get to first principles, right? If we're in this room talking about how we get healthier men at work, you're at the front lines of that, right? You're assessing leaders, and we all know that culture sort of cascades down. So from your perspective, what are the markers, what are the leading indicators of a male leader being able to create psychologically safe spaces in his organization and with his team?
I started talking about that a little bit, and so much of it is followership, right? We all know the bosses that if they called you today, you would pick up and follow them, and we know the bosses that you would send a voicemail and call them back maybe a month from now. And so most of the assessment is really, again, it's literally tell me more. I probably say tell me more. It's probably the thing I say most in diving further. But some questions that I always ask are, tell me about someone on your team that you're really proud of, that your involvement in their life, that you're really proud of the outcome. And I just listen to what people say. And sometimes people say this person was struggling and now they're doing great. Tell me more, right? Why? What did you do, right? And so the journey through that allows me to understand, is this someone that was already on, going to do good, or did this leader actually have an impact on their life? I often ask people, what is something that you do as a leader that you think is better than anyone else, right? And I listen to what these answers are. And sometimes you hear the most remarkable answers, right? I was talking to a leader who says, whenever I travel somewhere and I visit my teams, I have my meetings with my direct reports, but I always put 10 minutes on the calendar, and throughout a year I try to hit everyone, or as many as I can, of people that are just in the middle to the lowest point in an organization. And tell me more. Why do you do that? And through these conversations, you sort of get the motivation behind these markers, right? And so some of these markers I think of are empathy, EQ, followership, or that's more sort of a result of what happens, right? And just consistency, right? I think part of healthy behavior, particularly in the workplace, is that when I do this, my boss or whoever will respond in that way, right? And when you've got consistency of leadership and someone's sharing their consistency of leadership, I see that as a positive leadership marker.
I guess the question is, just a quick follow-up, is how much does that weigh, really, when you're assessing a candidate, right? Because you can teach the strategy, you can learn the math, but you can't teach empathy.
Yep.
And so how are you solving for that in real time when you're looking at candidates, and how much does that weigh versus technical ability?
It weighs quite a bit. I mean, you got to have, it's yes and, right? So you've got to have both. And I would say, even more so than what you're telling me is it's a dot connection exercise. And so I just asked you a question about the person you're most proud of. There's a chance that I will talk to that person at some point in the process and you won't even know, right? Or the leader that you're most, folks that have worked with you, reported to you, along the way, if I'm gonna put you into a job, I've connected the dots between 6 or 7 people who can tell me whether that was all horse manure or whether that's actually your authentic self. And so the evaluation isn't just what you tell me, but it's actually people sharing, this is what it was actually like to work with this person or work for this person or to have this person reporting up to me.
Yeah, thank you. I want to come to you on this, Daisy. So when you're looking at organizations and navigating, because you have across many different disciplines and industries, navigated companies through moments of tension and change, what happens when you have a male leader that is able to create or not create a safe space for their team, that leads with empathy and emotion, is self-aware enough to know when to lead from the front and when to lead from the back? What happens in either case?
Well, the obvious is that if you have a well-regulated leader, your team will be happy and well-regulated, right? And I should say, and my fellow panelists describe their work, I build and execute HR practices, right? That's the simplest way to describe what I do. But my mission is to make workplaces work for everyone. And that includes the male colleagues and leaders that are part of our teams. And what I have noticed over the course of my career, and for many of us, I don't know if you've had these aha moments where as a junior employee going up the ranks, you tend to look at leaders who are not emotionally regulated, who are not leading well, who are not the ones that develop followership, and you just think that they're just bad people, right? Like, it's easy to just say that's just a bad leader and it's a bad person, and it is the depth of their experiences and who they are that for many of us we don't really get to understand. And for HR teams whose responsibility is to support the health of an organization, it's important to recognize that an unregulated leader, especially an unregulated male leader, in moments of tension, but also in moments of regular day-to-day, what the result of that, what they do is that they unregulate their teams, right? Is that if they do not learn how to metabolize stress, they transmit the stress to their teams. And what that results in is teams where you get agreement but not commitment, right? You get tensions that are in the air, but no one is willing to speak about them because they're so afraid of what the repercussions could be. And what you get is then less commitment, less ideation, less support, less identifying of fault lines that could be damaging along the way. So I know we tend to think about innovation as the biggest loss. I look at operational friction as the biggest loss, because that's what results in organizations not delivering on their products. That's what results in organizations not being competitive enough. And it doesn't always come from poor project planning, right? It fundamentally comes from leaders who understand and who manage not just work output, but energy, right? I am now working for a wonderful organization with a lot of engineers, and my team has the most involved agile planning process I have ever been through. And when you get HR people that can manage Excel spreadsheets, you're like, hallelujah, right? And I have a team that spends bi-weekly hours managing a project planning chart, Jira, like point by point on everything that they're working on. And I was so wowed and went through it the first week and thought, wow, this is what I've always wanted to do, be able to align a global team to know exactly what everyone's working on. And then I had an aha moment. I said, wait a second, we're managing against output, which is fantastic, but I want to know the energy that is being spent on these points. Are we resting and replenishing enough so that we can pause and figure out whether what we're doing is even the right thing to do? And an unregulated leader doesn't pause to think about these things. So you're not managing the energy, you're not managing capability, and you're not assessing for it when you're selecting senior talent in your organization. And so part of the work that has to be done is not just the assessment, but it's also building in these systems. It's asking these questions, and it is integrating it into the operational workflows so that it becomes part and parcel. But if you're not in a mental state where you can think about that, then you can't institute these practices to get the best out of your teams.
And that's why I love being on panels with Daisy, because she just sets me up for the next thing. So thank you for that, Daisy. And this is a perfect segue into systems, and before we get there, I just want to, remind you that we're going to open it up to questions, so please drop your questions in, is it Cydio? Is that what it's called? Slido. And I'm going to read off a couple of some data points to just kind of ground this part of the conversation before we go into a systems conversation. So to pick up where you left off, teams led by men who actively engage in wellness resources report 34% psychological safety scores and 21% better team performance metrics, right? So results matter. Preventable attrition costs. Men are 3 times more likely to leave organizations, and I'm talking about middle management here, 3 times more likely to leave organizations silently, so silent quitting, versus seeking support, costing companies an estimated $150,000 to $250,000 per employee to replace them. And then another one that really stood out to me, when male leaders model healthy behaviors, leadership retention increased. No, I read that one already, right? Yeah. Leadership retention actually increases 27%. So again, all the data points to why this matters. But systems, we talk a lot about men and boys and them being in crisis, right? And one of the reasons why we connected so deeply, Sean, in our conversation is because we believe that this work is more than just creating spaces for men and boys to thrive. This is really about saving what's left of our institutions, right? And so that requires systems level change. So when you think about systems levels change and how you approach your work, Sean, I'm curious to hear from you, how do you look at it and how do you approach it from an individual, group, and then systems level?
Yeah, so I want to just piggyback and connect back to when you said energy. And so I think what we're not talking about is the energy of the change agents and their attitudes towards men, right? Because that's gonna dictate, you know. And I often ask people who want to do this work with men, do you love men, or do you have contempt for men? Are you trying to fix them, or do you want to stand with them in their healing? Those are two very different orientations of how you can approach and what men are going to receive. Because we are sensitive creatures who often can't understand what we're sensitive about. We're still sensitive, we're going to react.
Stop reading me, stop reading.
And so the first is I always ask myself, you know, in doing this work, first and foremost, what's my attitude? What's my perception of men? What am I here to do? And then two, I look at it as the skill of this work is one, to understand dude psychology, not the clinical kind, but the universality and complexity of men across cultures, right? That's first. And then understanding individual transformation. What does it take for someone to transform and heal? And so I was the head of personal transformation and wellbeing for Eileen Fisher. So every time I go into a police department or a federal agency, I'm bringing the Eileen Fisher way into the mix, talking about flowing, forgiving silhouettes, and all that stuff. But it's do we understand what it can look like for individual transformation and healing? That isn't necessarily always from a coaching perspective, but from a mentoring perspective, a guidance perspective, a walking with perspective. And then do we understand group process? And I gotta tell y'all, we as men are not always the best facilitators. We are awesome presenters, speakers, presenters, but not always holding space. So I always say, back to one of your earlier questions, I often find men will invest in professional development before they'll invest in personal growth. So let's embed the personal growth in professional development. Teaching a guy how to facilitate and hold space is going to be humbling and can be a really powerful tool. And then the last is systems design and change. And I don't think we often talk about systems or we talk about men's healing. We don't talk about both. And the fact of what are the conditions in the organization that are impacting how men show up. I just was at an all-boys boarding school and was talking to faculty at the school. And one of my bullets was masculinity is learned more from systems than values and beliefs. And so the faculty are like, well, what are our gaps? I said, I don't know. What are your gaps? But my question to them was, you are role models for men, for young men. How are you asking yourselves the hard questions about your own relationship to masculinity and modeling what you want your boys to be able to learn? And so I think when we realize the influence that systems can have on what is permissible and what's not permissible around expressions of masculinity, and then to understand that as men heal, they can start to transform those systems. And so it's a symbiotic relationship we have to attend to. You can't have one without the other.
I love that. And so we're going to take some questions, but this panel, thank you, all three of you, because you all have, please, round of applause. Not only have I had the privilege to lead this conversation, but I've learned so much from each and every one of you. Hopefully you've walked away with a little bit of the what and the why, but also the how, right? This conversation was around how do we move forward and create these spaces? And one of the things that you just said at the end is embedding the personal development into the professional development. And so that's one of the things that we're doing at the Lives of Men, shameless plug. We have information in the back around how we're activating that in corporate spaces, so we'd love to talk to you about that. So with that said, let's talk about some questions.
Oh, come on, you all want to know how to make this happen, right?
Let's talk about it.
Hi, everyone. You were fantastic. I'm Van Sedita.
I am a service designer, so talking about blueprints and systems thinking has me very excited. So excited I just dropped my Apple Pencil. One thing I've noticed in my career is that in leadership positions that I would have, when I would talk about relationship alignment, which was kind of like a diagram I would build, and it was like a design thinking with my one-on-ones, the sort of like respect level would kind of drop a little bit. The more I told people what I wanted from them and checked in on them for their deliverables, the more they respected me. When I asked them how they were doing, they kind of would dip out. And I don't know if that's a sign of a toxic system or whatever we want to call it, but I found myself just not fitting in places where I couldn't check in on people. So I just wanted to know if anyone has any experience with that or thoughts.
You've just named most workplaces, unfortunately.
I thought so.
But I love that, and I think, first of all, and I won't diagnose the culture of the place that you were at, but it's a matter of normalizing it, right? And I think part of what I was saying earlier and why I get so excited about talking system designing and processes is that this doesn't have to be one-offs. This really, the work that we're all talking about today is about getting it integrated into the operational workflows and I call them the rhythms of organization. So for me, everything is about what's the operating rhythm here? What does that look like? And so one-on-ones are a perfect example, but most one-on-ones are designed to be what? You go and you say what you're working on, what's working, what's not, and then you go. Designing one-on-ones where you have stand-in questions that address not just the emotional energy that person is coming. I always ask my team to give me from a 1 to 5, where are you on the energy scale today? Before we even talk. I just want to know. And sometimes you're 1, 2, right? And that will help define what this conversation is going to look like. When you integrate into your one-on-ones questions about, not just what went right, but what interpersonal tensions may have come up in the midst of this project, right? What is getting in your way, and how can I help get that out of your way? Like, these are the kinds of questions that help parse out different information than when we tend to use, right? When you do project reviews, right? We get to, again, in project reviews, it's just like, what worked, what didn't, and then we move on. What if we make sure that project reviews include questions about when did we have communication mishaps that impacted this project? When were there, again, interpersonal tensions or teams that were not working well with each other? How do we normalize saying the things so that it becomes part of the operating workflow and not this touchy-feely, as Jana would say, woo-woo stuff, right? That makes people kind of like gloss their eyes under, right? Like I encourage teams to think about reset and refocus sessions on a quarterly basis, especially after a major restructuring or a heavy cycle delivery, because it allows you to just actually pause and measure and assign language to what just happened in a constructive way that allows you to continue to operate at an even higher capacity. And when senior leaders model it, other people will do it, right? When you see someone take a mental health day that's a high achiever, then you're like, well, then I now have permission to do that. When you hear a senior leader speak about conducting their one-on-ones in this way, you now have permission to do that. So that's how you build it again, and it's what my panelists are sharing here. It's not about one grand change that you make, but it's about integrating into how you communicate, how you listen, the energy that you give to each other, and the operating workflows that are the common day activities for everyone. Hope that's helpful.
Can I just add to that? Because we, I think it's also building a muscle. And for guys to, when we bring in corporate men's circles into organizations, and I remember one of the early ones we did, one of the guys said, so what are we going to achieve? What are we going to do? Like, are we just going to talk? And we're like, yeah, we're going to talk. Oh, I don't want to do that. And it's like, and then building the muscle. And after we were at the end to go, oh, I really see the power. And then you're practicing just being able to talk from a human level, not your role level. and really being able to see each other man to man. And then you can start practicing of how to have conversations across genders as opposed to just with men. So I think it's like an opening of just the invitation to the muscle development.
And piggybacking off of that idea, and this question's for both Daisy and Sean, when you think about the way you talked about systems, and I think we'd all agree that healthier men at work is also healthier women at work. And how do you engage in conversations around seeing how the systems of so many corporate spaces are tied to misogyny? And how do you kind of flip that on its head and get people to think about that?
Yeah, we don't say the word misogyny in corporate spaces. It is, again, it's a matter of, A, the context and the culture that you're in, right? Because there's some organizations where, like I said it jokingly, but I'm not kidding, right? The minute you say the word misogyny, a room will fall flat, right? When you frame a lack of access or opportunity given particular conditions or identities, then that becomes a different conversation, right? And so nobody wants to have their hand slapped, right? Nobody wants to be told that they're doing something wrong. But everybody, I really do fundamentally believe, most of us go to workplaces to do the things that we cannot do on our own. And we want to work with others towards those goals, right? And it's about creating the conditions for that to happen, but we all bring our baggage with us. And so I found in my work, and I started my career as a D&I practitioner and then moved on to have broader roles in HR, and that I found in my role that starting from the construct of this is what's wrong systematically and we're going to solve all of that doesn't really get you a lot. But coming from a place of here's the friction point right now. Here's what's impeding us from doing our best work. Here's what's impeding your colleague who you care about, right? And this is coming from a place of pursuing good intent here, which is usually a core tenet for most organizations. These are the things, and this is how it's showing up. This is where you get to parse out a little bit of, and here's how your behavior or your decisions or your lack of decisions, because sometimes we think that it's all about leaders being pedantic about their decisions. Sometimes it's the lack of decisions. Sometimes it's the absence. I have had so many senior leaders who, in an emotionally unregulated state, just leave, just stop showing up, right? Or they're present there, but they do not lead, they do not manage, they do not conflict resolve in the moment, right? And so those are elements of figuring out when to introduce it. The other piece is that, again, you don't wait until the house is burning to throw water on it, right? So it's how do we, in our onboarding, what are the first things that you do in onboarding? You learn policies and documentation and governance, right? All the things you're not supposed to do. What if, when you're a people manager, your onboarding includes how to resolve conflict, how to identify stress signals, how to engage your team so that everybody is able to speak from a psychologically safe lens, right? What if your onboarding looks like that? And that way you already start building the muscle so that when moments like this happen, it's not I see misogyny happening.
Right, and so then when you take it into the men's circle itself, January 21st last year, we would call it navigating the shifting rules and roles around gender. And actually asking guys to be in an inquiry about their own relationship to gender, as opposed to telling them how they should think about gender. And really taking them into an inquiry to say, have you even thought about what it means to be a man, your relationship to women, the role you play? And now post inauguration, it's now called the NEO's Navigating the Shifting Expectations of Men. That still talks about how are you navigating the shifting rules and roles around gender. But within that, yeah, I mean, I was told when I first started this work by a professor at UC Merced, he's like, yo, if you're gonna work with men, there's one rule you can never break. Never ever sound like a gender studies professor. And I have taken that seriously. Yep. And so there's a lot of words you'll never hear come out of my mouth. And yet when it's raised in the room, then we can talk about it.
Well, Daisy, Imani, Sean, thank you so much for this conversation.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Great job. Thank you so much. Is anybody here familiar with the Moth storytelling series? Yes. Okay, so I'm very involved with storytelling, and so much of what has been discussed today is about opening up and talking and sharing. And so I highly encourage all of us to share your stories. It's so powerful, and we keep hearing about it over and over. So I just wanted to talk about that. Okay, so we're moving on to our next panel, a leadership upgrade connection as currency. Our moderator is most recently Google's Global Marketing, Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion lead. He also led DEI efforts at Aetna, MassMutual, Ernst & Young, and ESPN. And when he was little, he wanted to be a sports broadcaster. Please give it up for Michael Munoz. Yeah. Woo-woo. All right, our next panelist is a student at Stanford University and the founder of Talk with Zach. And I did ask him what he wanted to be when he grew up, but I was like, this probably was only a few years ago that you were thinking about this. But he did say that he wanted to be half politician and half NBA player. Please give it up for Zach Gottlieb. Our next panelist is the Vice President, Startup Banking at JPMorgan Chase. He was also a D1 basketball player at Drexel, and he was at Tesla during the early days. When he was little, he wanted to be a mechanical engineer and build cars. Please welcome DT, Derek Thomas. Of course. And finally, he is an advisor and author at the book is Applied Empathy. He's been an advisor to organizations like the ACLU, Goldman Sachs, Google, Nike, the UN, and the Obama administration. And when he was a kid, he wanted to be an idea man. Give it up for Michael Ventura. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Good to be up here with you guys.
Same here. Same here.
I'm excited about this conversation, and it's truly going to be a conversation because it's really about connection, and we're going to talk about what it means, and I'm a big believer in cultivating community, and I'm a big believer in empathy, and we're going to talk a little bit about what that looks like across generations. And so I want to really dive in pretty quickly, but I also want to give you an opportunity to, beyond your titles and all the incredible accomplishments, what do you bring into the room, right, today, and then when you get started. So, Michael, I'm going to start with you because I had a chance to take a look into your book, and we heard earlier somebody talking about the inability to build empathy, you can't teach empathy, and I think you have a little bit of a different philosophy. So, if you can explore that a little bit, and also maybe introduce the 3 types of empathy you talk about in your book?
Sure, yeah, happy to. The last panel was fantastic, and that was the only thing I took a little issue with. So I will talk about how we do teach empathy, and there is a way to do it. And it is a muscle you can train, and you can get better at it. So I have, for the last 25 years, worked in organizations in moments of transformation and change, helping them figure out who they are, what they want to be, how they let go of the old stuff and step into new. And along the way of doing that, found empathy to be a really meaningful tool for this work. And to Michael's question, there's sort of 3 psychological types of empathy. The first is effective empathy, with an A. And effective empathy is essentially golden rule behavior, right? Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. And that's what most of us think about when we think about empathy. The problem is, Michael standing in Jana's shoes is not the same as her standing in her shoes, because our lived experiences are different, our fears are different, our belief systems might be different. And so sometimes I'll get that right, but sometimes I might not, because I'm putting my perspective into their lived experience. And so that's guesswork. And effective empathy doesn't always turn out to be effective. It doesn't always get it right. Somatic empathy is the physical experience of someone else, right? The way that someone else's lived experience can be perspective, you could take perspective on that. So you see this a lot of time in industrial design, as an example. So if you're designing a vehicle, you might want to design it to accommodate as many types of drivers as possible, people with different body types, different abilities. And so you perspective take on that, and you figure out which ways to tilt the steering wheel and things like that. It also speaks to how people take on the pain, physically the pain of other people sometimes. Nurses often suffer from what's called empathy burnout for this reason.
Third type of empathy is cognitive empathy, and this is actually the one that I spend most of my time working on. And this is how do we, instead of take a golden rule philosophy, how do we take a platinum rule philosophy to this? And the way I describe that is do unto others as they would have you do unto them. And the two things you have to do differently in order to do that, and they are sort of directly at odds with a lot of the way young men are raised, is the first thing you have to do is admit you don't have the answer. And that's really hard for a lot of people because they want to be the smartest person in the room. But actually, if you say, I don't know, and then you go do the other thing, which is really hard. You walk across the room, you say, hey, I don't know, I'd like to know. You ask a question, someone gives you an answer. You have to change your intended behavior based on new information. And man, do people hate doing that. But if you do that, then you meet them where they are, and that's when real, deeper cognitive empathy can occur.
Thank you. So I want to bring that into the conversation about connection, right? And how we use that empathy to build those connections. And I really am interested in like the Gen Z perspective and all the work you've done with Talk with Zach. So we know that Gen Z are like skeptical of institutions and like they are looking for a different type of leadership. So when they go into organizations or they go to schools and they see this command and control type of leadership, you know, what is their reaction? What are we doing to them? What are they going to give us back?
Right now, more than ever, I think that young people are kind of questioning these institutions that have been around forever and haven't really been questioned before. And I think at the same time, you also see a lot of people kind of hearkening back and looking to figures like Patrick Bateman from American Psycho and kind of idolizing these ultra masculine, even toxically masculine figures. So I think it's this kind of duality of like on the one hand you have people really pushing back and then on the other you have people really embracing it to extreme extents, which I think is really, really interesting. But I think a lot of this stems from the fact that a lot of young men are starting to finally pick up on what toxic masculinity looks like. I mean, I'm starting to see a lot of professional athletes, and I mean, we kind of saw this already on our second panel today, but people in the most traditionally masculine spaces are waking up to the fact that these spaces need a lot of reform, which is really great. And I think that a lot of that goes with the rising Gen Z culture of kind of questioning a lot of institutions, but also the fact that a lot of young men are really taking some time to reflect and seeing more and more figures like these athletes, like founders, like people in these industries. I mean, you know, we have finance right here, and I'm excited to hear your perspective on this, but they're starting to kind of wake up to the fact that, you know, there's more out there and that there are more ways to be masculine. But then at the same time, again, we see this counterculture pushback of hearkening back. So it's really interesting, I think, those two that are happening right now, and especially with young men. Like I've kind of seen like Gen Z, like version 1 and Gen Z, like, you know, the younger version of Gen Z. I think the younger version of Gen Z is a lot more conservative, especially with men. So it's kind of interesting to see.
I think it's really interesting, right? And we're at this inflection point where, you know, we have somebody from one of those older institutions, right? And so when you're showing up with multiple generations at play, like how are you thinking about building those connections and building meaningful community in those sessions?
Great question. There's a formula that I leverage. That first task is to make sure that you be a part of the solution. At the end of the day, when you're, you know, one of the top institutions in the world, the biggest challenge that they're facing right now is not necessarily whether or not they can dominate a particular like sector or focus. It's more so about can we innovate. And innovation comes from challenging status quos, which means that you have different generations in a room. There are folks that have lived experiences, and they have a particular empathy that they have to lead by in order to allow for the younger generation to come in and provide fresh perspective. When I sit with my lived experience being from founders, investors, early stage startups, and then eventually coming into the private equity / startup banking world, I come in there very authentic and very with the approach that, hey, you know,
diversity of thought is going to be what drives us forward, and our lived experiences, especially around a aligned incentive to solve a particular problem that we all are unified but not uniform around, will be a key moment to like create a distinction and or provide us with the resources to kind of like push the narrative forward. So I think the key thing comes down to circle up is diversity and making sure that you're unified but not uniform, and providing that authentic voice, that lived experience that you come with.
Yeah, I mean, I love that. But I want to also explore the authenticity piece, because oftentimes in a corporate setting that can require vulnerability, that often can be translated as weakness. So how do you manage those things across generations, across organizations?
Great question. To start, you're there. I'm at JP Morgan, and I belong, period. Right? I did what I needed to do to get there. I have the receipts, I have the pedigree. So the first thing, every room you step in, you understand that you belong there. So that comes with the self-confidence and the the work that you do from an integrity perspective. The second, when you start to think about authenticity, you start to think about what, as a result of you belonging, being part of the solution, what key thing can you bring to the table to help learn, build, and invest in one another, or the collective sum of the outcome that we're trying to achieve. So that becomes, when you start to feel that context, it's less about, it's less about hierarchy and more about execution. And what is the best path to achieve the desired outcome.
Yeah. So Michael, talk about like how empathy comes into play in that, and building those and being authentic, because my authentic self can sometimes in a corporate setting not be met with the most, because I am passionate, I'm Latino, I'm super passionate, and that authenticity can look like something that we've been taught maybe shouldn't be in corporations.
Yeah, there is an equation you can almost think about with this sometimes too, where if you think about it like a fraction, sorry for the people who don't like math, I don't like math either, but.
I like math.
You're in the right job. There's credibility plus reliability plus intimacy, right? Those are three things you can give in every meeting. You can build credibility, you can build intimacy, and you can build reliability. But it's a fraction, like I said. That's the numerator. The denominator is self-orientation. And the more you make it about you and getting up and getting ahead and stepping over, you erode all the good work you do at the top and take away from that. And nobody wants to empathize or share or be vulnerable or open to somebody when they feel like that openness will be weaponized for their own advantage. And so there needs to be a shared code of ethics that comes along with this work, that if I agree to tell you more about me, it is not going to be used against me in my advancement here later down the line. If I tell you I'm not a great people manager, but I'm trying to get better at it, and 6 months from now I'm up for a promotion, and someone says, but you told me you were a bad people manager, right? Like that's the difference between meeting them there and giving them 6 months of mentorship and guidance so that they get that promotion, and keeping them exactly where they've been.
I want to lean in a little bit on that in terms of, you talk about mentorship, and part of this is about making connections with intention and purpose. Sometimes that's mentorship, sometimes it's with peers and creating groups. So talk to me a little bit about like what you're hearing in your conversations about building meaningful connections for folks in Gen Z.
Well, I think a lot of it is we really, really want connection, and I think it's harder than ever to connect in many ways, but also easier than ever. I mean, look, we have social media, we're so digitally tapped in to the point where it's easy to be friends with people from all over, and I think that I have great relationships with people, really in so many cities, which is awesome. But at the same time, I think it's kind of a crutch where if you could text your friend who's in the same city as you, why make the effort to hang out sometimes? And I think that, and the fact that we're kind of losing these things called third spaces, which are places where people naturally hang out, like coffee shop, grabbing drinks, whatever it may be. And we're kind of losing these spaces. Like people are kind of like ordering out more, and they're not really like staying in spaces and really being present. So I think that limits a lot of the spontaneous connection that I think is so crucial and that a lot of people in my generation are missing out on. But I'd also say that being digitally connected, if used correctly, is incredible. I mean, a lot of people love to bash on social media, but I do think it's great because you could connect with people from anywhere. If you have an unpopular opinion or a piece of your identity that you can't really relate to anyone around you, you could still find that elsewhere, which I think is really amazing. So that's a big thing. And then the last layer on this is like, right now, and especially where I am, like a place like Stanford, I mean, it's so competitive. Everyone is trying to do something huge. And I think a lot of these relationships, to some degree, are a lot of people kind of worried about them being transactional. So I think the more people can really be intentional and be present and start building relationships for relationships' sake, the better. And I think that those are the most meaningful relationships. So I think like those three layers of it, like you have the digital space, and and then you also have this professional aspect, and then you're kind of losing these very natural spaces where people used to socialize, are like the main issues affecting how we're building connection.
I love that. So many things in there. I want to come back to transactional in a second, but DT, you talk about building connections for a different purpose, right? And you have built a career really about building meaningful connections for business sake, right? Can you talk a little bit about that, maybe the methodology you apply?
Sure, no problem. To start, let me give a little bit of like bullet pointing at the background and how we got there. Former athlete, played at Drexel University in Philly. Once I was done there, I played in Turkey for a season and came back for the Brooklyn Nets G League, where I played just half the season. Right after that, I was poached by Tesla. And at Tesla, I was a part of their pre-product team where we're looking to go to market. At that time, I think it's respectfully and publicly I can say this, but we almost failed 4 times during that time. It was very challenging, and we had batteries blowing up, stock dropping, and it got to a point where it came down to advertising. And how do we advertise? How do we launch this first mass market product to market and find our personas and identify how they can live a more sustainable life leveraging transport? The first key thing was how do we build community product growth? How can we take this approach that we've seen in music, such as Beyonce? You have the Beehive, right? We have, Mariah Carey has the Lambs. We have so many different, Grateful Dead has a community as well. Like, how do we take these incredible, evangelists of groups and then provide them with the insights to help move the narrative forward of what we're trying to provide in the product? So storytelling was evangelized through the people. So I was a part of that team to help spearhead that. And once we found some success there, I continuously leveraged this growth strategy around community in multiple areas in my future career. So private equity, and then eventually building my own tech startup. At the time, it was more so about how do we support this new advent of technology around blockchain technology, how it was so challenging for most of the world to comprehend how to leverage it and leverage it for their well-being. Instead of onboarding the masses into Web3, I asked, what if we brought Web3 down to the masses by doing the things that we natively understand and embed those in the infrastructure into those native activities? And that's how, as he mentioned, shared spaces came about. And we started to build technology, leveraging crypto and blockchain for members clubs, restaurants, loyalty programs, etc. And what I learned in that process is, especially through community, that if you look at community as the product itself, you might fail. But if you look at the community as an economy where folks can actually share and deliver and exchange value to one another, you'll see a world where you will create this onion. And so what we did is we focused on the idea of creating micro or nuclear communities, which is like your first 100. Same thing when you're thinking about product, that first 100 users. And we took that model and we understood that these are the ones we want to serve. This is our core ICP, ideal customer profile. And then from there, we say, okay, who are the folks that are influenced by having connectivity to the folks that are in the nuclear space? And then who are the onlookers on the outer side of the onion that can seal this space, but only dip their feet in if they find that there's some aligned value or incentive to be a part of? And what we noticed through this, onion formed of a product is that, of a community, is that when you align incentives and you find a shared identity that everyone can, participate in, you can create a space where people can learn, build, and invest in one another. And now the nodes are not necessarily one-to-many or one-to-one, but it's many-to-many. And when you have that, you start to create an ecosystem. And that level of exchange is what became the opportunity for us to continue to build and deliver value. And that's why I mentioned the economy as opposed to a community.
Yeah, I love that as an example because it's an opportunity to think about how are we building these connections for business, for growth. Michael, you talk a little bit about using and building connections basically to de-risk parts of the business. So a leader building a meaningful connection with their team, members on their team, is actually a de-risking mechanism.
Yeah, and this builds on the prior panel a little bit too, where they were talking about kind of like coding the personal development and professional growth as a way to get men to lean into this kind of work. And so, yeah, what is a high-performing team if it doesn't have empathy, right? I'm sure many of you, I know some of the panelists, have played at a high level in sports. And when you play a sport with a team, you can't make a no-look pass with a teammate you've never played with before. You don't have that sixth sense. You don't know where they are. You don't have that intuition, right? The same is true in organizations. And the higher the emotional intelligence and the willingness to understand each other's capabilities and skill sets, and also deficiencies, the more you're able to play into those and to augment when someone needs you to step in and do something supportive. The second thing I'll say on this is that works internally. It also works externally. What is product market fit if it's not customer empathy, right? And so when we put when we say we need to be a more empathic organization, everyone's eyes roll sometimes because they think this is just about being nice, and also it's not about being nice always. But when you can actually go into an organization and understand how consumers think and what their unmet needs are, and then go and meet them there, your business becomes more competitive. You are de-risking. The same is true when you're building high-performing teams, where you retain top talent, you recruit better talent more regularly, and you build a culture that delivers against goals and objectives consistently.
I mean, so many things I want to pull apart in there, like you talk about in the book that I love. But I want to actually pivot a little bit to talk about, you go back to the transactional relationships. I'm really interested in kind of how Gen Z is seeing the way that brands and other people and individuals are trying to build connections. There's social media, you mentioned that earlier. What does it mean for them, and how are they approaching what feels like so many transactional relationships and connections that brands are trying to build?
One aspect of this with brands that I find really interesting is how brands are targeting young people in particular. So I know recently there's been a lot of talk among Gen Z that they're really upset with how brands will comment on TikToks and try to be really trendy. And they don't want these brands to be trendy. They don't want them to be relatable because they kind of feel like it's transactional, like they're only being relatable so Gen Z will like them and then buy their products. So I think that's kind of interesting. I don't really know, I can kind of see both sides of that, but that was interesting how they're almost skeptical of if brands really want to connect. But right now, what brands are doing in most cases is, last summer I was working with a consumer startup that connected large brands to college organizations. These brands are spending millions of dollars to send free products to collegiate organizations. So the collegiate organizations will host events with their product and have this like soft marketing. And their marketing is based around connection. They'll have a Greek organization, like a fraternity throw a party, and they'll promote the energy drink or the, whatever it is they're trying to promote. And it's through connection that they're trying to reach young people. And they're spending millions on this, so it's really interesting. I mean, that's what they're trying to do. They're realizing that a TikTok ad or a Meta ad isn't really as effective anymore as planning these events that are in person and that are run by college students or by young people and that are for young people. So I think that's a big thing with brands too, which is like they really want to go on the grassroots level and have this very natural and soft product placement that is based around connection.
So much in that as well. Wow, I just want to peel that apart in so many different ways. Like, I love it, and it's reflective of like what brands are not doing and who's in the room making some of those decisions.
Would you say that Gen Z, essentially, because of what you just mentioned, it made me think Gen Z buys with their values, not necessarily what's trending. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I think I'm really glad you brought that up. I mean, I think that's so true. Like brands now more than ever have to be super aligned with certain values so people buy their product, whether it's for the right or wrong reasons. I mean, that's just a thing and that's a reality. Like people are just really concerned with where products are being made, what the brand's values are, which is really interesting, I think, because people are kind of like picking apart, like, oh, who at this brand is thinking what about the world? And if a brand is invested in the wrong organization or company or whatever, like people get really mad, and it's true. So I think that's a big thing. And also a lot of companies will kind of like be based around social movement, which is interesting. Like I'm chairing the next gen advisory board of an apparel brand that was founded like based in mental health. And I think like organizations like that and companies that really have a mission in mind are doing so well because they're able to connect authentically with people as well. So I mean, I think connection and supporting things is really at the core of what a lot of brands are trying to do right now.
Yeah, and you talk about authenticity, and it's so important. I want to transition to that. DT, you talk a lot about building these communities and showing up for these communities, even when you're not the expert in the room. And you see your role as kind of getting rid of the speed bumps in these communities. Can you talk a little bit about that and how it shows up in terms of impacting the authenticity of those relationships?
Yes. Let's start with the speed bumps, right? So essentially the work that I do today is I identify, bank, and help companies scale. And I support companies that are high growth, venture-backed or venture-backable startups in sectors of technology, commerce, healthcare, as well as internet. And essentially they come to us not just about the operating stack or the banking stack that they have, but also for the connectivity and lived experience. So what I mean by that second half of it, and that's where the authenticity comes in, is a founder may come in early stage pre-Series A companies. They usually have some of the same problems, some of the challenges that they're facing or unlocks they're trying to create. And it's one of capital, it's one of talent, and it's one of customers. And empathy can be driven in all three of those, right? Your pitch is also going to be different. So in those early days, the context for me is to identify from a authenticity perspective, what's the founder journey? How's that story resonating with, with the markets as well as the ecosystem that we're moving into? I'm also thinking about what value, what differentiated value are they can have that's a little bit, that creates that moat that may separate them from their competitive landscape. And when we're thinking about authenticity, the key thing there is story plus, timing plus strategy to help them drive. And I'm just using the strategy that Mike put together, but which is the most important thing, is taste. And taste becomes that lived experience that no one can, separate themselves from. So you know, and I'm gonna push it to you because I know you have some context on this, but if you can help lean in to talk about how empathy, because you mentioned product market fit, supports those growth initiatives and those key milestones. And back to you, I will make sure that, you know, my whole goal is to ensure that the operating stack lowers those speed bumps to help them accelerate as fast as they possibly can and take off. Think of it like a plane. My goal is to help them accelerate and get at least 10,000 feet in the air. And when they're there, if you all have flown in the last, you know, several years, the seatbelt sign turns off. And that is a moment when the plane has stabilized. And my goal is to get them to that point where that plane is stabilizing so people can get up and roam around the plane freely. So that's kind of the context of the work that I do, but how we get there, I'm sure Mike is going to mention.
No, I love everything you just said. One of the things that happens as you sort of move up the ranks in an organization is you go from being expected to have the answers, because you've been brought in to have the answers, to the expectation where you have to unlearn having answers and empower others to have those answers. And the best leaders are the ones who are the most curious, in my opinion. They're the ones who are going to ask the question and empower the people in the room to feel like they have the opportunity to deliver answers. And you know, I'll borrow from Alan Watts, who says, the most interesting person in the room is the most interested person in the room. And if we can all, as leaders, learn how to be like that, we do create more product market fit, because we don't sit in a room inside four walls and say, we think this customer wants. We go out and we talk with them and we ask them questions. We actually meet them. And you know, I'm not a big proponent of personas, because also, did a persona ever do anything for you? No, right? Go actually meet the people, hear their stories, understand what goes on in their life. Ethnography is one of the most cumbersome but valuable things an organization can do, to go out and actually learn how people think, operate, what motivates them, what scares them. And you don't have to meet 1,000. You can meet 30, and it will be meaningful. And so I think when you get out of this pattern of just looking at the X and Y axis of all the data and saying, because of this, we're going to make this choice. And don't get me wrong, that's valuable too. You know, I've worked with investment banks over the years. I've worked with hedge funds over the years. That data plays a role. I've worked with Bridgewater, where every single meeting you're scored and you score them, and like that's a whole other thing we can talk about later. But fascinating culture. But that's also not the only thing they care about, right? There's the emotional intelligence that plays a role in these decision-making moments as well.
Awesome. Thank you for that. Thank all three of you. And speaking of curious, we do have an opportunity for a couple questions, if there's any. Yeah.
Hi, thank you. My name is Ronnie Cho. Michael, I just wanted to say I appreciate you underscoring that empathy can be taught. That maybe it's a degrees or a spectrum of empathy, but I think people can learn to be empathetic. So I wanted to just double click on that. The other point that I wanted to make was basically for Gen Z, Zach, if it's true that Gen Z is skeptical of institutions and loathe transactional nature of so many of the things that are part of our lives, and this is a question for the group, going to work in corporate environments is transactional. I go to an office, I provide a service or a deliverable, and they give me money in exchange, and benefits and all those things. So is the challenge here to embrace that, yes, it is transactional, and it's also this, or is it to say, no, it's more than that. It's not that. I mean, where is there a tension point? Because in my view, as not a Gen Z, I am a geriatric millennial, and I share the skepticism about some of these institutions. But Michael, as you said, sometimes it's hard to show up as your full self in these corporate environments. It's hard to show empathy in ways where, well, you might be perceived as weak or unstable because you're not doing well mentally. So is it the challenge of like undoing these constructs when they're inherent? Or is it to add extra value or yes and?
No, I think that's an interesting question. Let's say, first of all, my first thought is you could argue pretty much anything is transactional. Like if I'm meeting a friend for dinner, like the transaction is we both enjoy each other's company. So you could really extend it to everything, and I think, look, like, yes, when you go to work, when you go to an office, to some degree, yes, it's transactional. I mean, in many, like, you're working on transactions literally, like, you know, so in many cases, you're literally working on transactions. But I think, you know, Gen Z is more skeptical of that traditional part, and that's why you see a lot of people doing more entrepreneurial, more, you know, off the beaten path things. I also think it's more about relationships than like the literal work itself. Like, it's more about are you being friendly to me because you like my job and because you want a referral, or are you being friendly to me because you actually have an interest in my life? So I think it's more to do with that and less about like the literal work. But I do see that a lot of young people are kind of going off and doing their own things. I mean, but I also would kind of like push back and say, like, look, if you're going into an office and you're doing work for someone, I mean, it's not like relationally transactional. Again, like, if you're doing something you're passionate about, you're getting something out of it. And it's not necessarily bad for something to be transactional if you're happy with the transaction. So I'd also add that, like, transactions are not inherently bad. But I would say the skepticism is much more on the relational side.
If I could just add on that too, I like the way you framed that. The Great Resignation that took place after the pandemic is an example where there was an imbalance in the contract between the seller and the buyer. And so what happened in that situation was that employees looked at their employers and said, I don't want this transaction anymore. I'm not committed to giving you this because you aren't holding up your side of the bargain, whether that's through the values you espouse or your support of certain issues that I care about. And generally, generationally over time, we've seen, there was a McKinsey study that came out about 2 years after the pandemic that showed the younger generations in the workforce look to see their personal values mirrored in their employer and see their employer as a way to show to the outside world where their values sit, more so than any prior generation. So the more we work in places where we see our values reflected back to us, we stay and we become deeper, more loyal team members. And when we don't, we vote with our feet, which is what the Great Resignation did.
I don't think I need to add to that.
Well, thank you all very much for this conversation. Really was looking forward to it.
Thank you, Michael, Zach, and DT. We are going to take a very, very quick break, 5 minutes. And Ronnie, I wanted to let you know, you are not a geriatric millennial. You are a mature millennial.
Ladies and gentlemen, please return to your seats for the resumption of the panel. Once again, we will be resuming momentarily. Please return to your seats. Thank you.
Okay, everyone, we are getting started, so please return to your seats. I'm going to be bringing up Nicole Navratil. Woo!
Hello. All right, should I do the mom thing? I'm a geriatric millennial mom up here. Hello, people in the back. Sorry? Closer, closer. Let's give it a second here. I feel like it's so loud. Okay. Hello, hello. Thank you, Tara. I'll slowly start. So let's assume we save the best for last, and that is a really good reason to come back over here to the seats. Okay. Tara, you're ready. All right, I'm gonna start. Friends, attendees, I am thrilled. I'm gonna kick us off for the third part of today. I am Nicole Navratil, as was just said, and an impact advisor to Antenna Up. And when we talk about men at work, we tend to default to a very narrow definition. That definition includes productivity, endurance, availability, title. But men's lives are bigger than just their job descriptions. They are caregivers, builders of community, people navigating meaning, dignity, health, and belonging, often quietly and often without shared language. Often also without the systems needed and without treating those dimensions as strengths. Whole Men Rewards is about expanding what we value so we could expand who gets to stay, lead, and succeed. I've spent my career at mission-driven organizations, scaling revenue, building teams, and meeting impact measures. And I've seen this consistently. When we design work for the full human, performance doesn't suffer, it stabilizes. Trust deepens, retention improves, leadership gets stronger and not softer. So our next two sessions, session number 5, a dad dividend, reframes fatherhood not as an accommodation, but as an advantage. The skills required to be an engaged parent: emotional regulation, patience, lots and lots and lots of patience for the parents in the room. Caretaking, accountability are the same skills we ask of effective managers and leaders at work. When men are supported to father out loud, air quotes there, organizations gain steadier, more resilient leadership. Then, in section 6 today, or session 6 today, we move to a good life and what men need to be whole. We bring together a cross-class, cross-role conversation about meaning, dignity, and sustainability at work, from executives to tradespeople. It asks a direct question: does work offer respect and belonging, or isolation and disposability? Together, these conversations make a simple case: if we want healthier men, healthier workplaces, and better outcomes, we cannot just reward output, as was mentioned earlier. We have to reward the whole human. Robin, back to you, lady.
Thank you, Nicole. Can I get an A, man? Okay, so I'm going to bring up our 5th panel in just a second, and I did want to note that, for the record, the Whole Man Rewards is not a loyalty program. Okay, so our moderator for the next session is a creative executive and 5-time content studio builder who's launched new divisions for companies like NBC Universal, Hearst, and HBO. He was most recently SVP and executive producer at Wayfarer Studios, where he architected the Man Enough ecosystem. When he was a kid, when he was a kid, he wanted to be a filmmaker. It is my great pleasure to welcome to the stage your moderator, Tara Malhotra Feinberg. Woo-woo! All right, our first panelist is the SVP of Business Operations and Strategy at TNT Sports, leading the overall business operations and daily execution of strategic digital partnerships with the NCAA, NHL, Unrivaled Basketball, and more. Please welcome Yang Adije. Yang Adije. Thank you. Oh, and I forgot to mention the most important part. He wanted to be a chemist when he was a kid. All right, our next panelist is the founder of Company of Dads, and he is a New York Times columnist of Wealth Matters, has been for 13 years. When he was little, he, like so many, wanted to be a fireman. Please welcome Paul Sullivan. Woo-woo-woo. And our final panelist is the Chief Digital Transformation Officer at AARP. He leads the organization's digital strategy across web, mobile, and social platforms, and he has more than 30 years of experience in technology and marketing, and this has earned him a pivotal role in transforming AARP's digital presence. It is no surprise, with all of that in his background, that when he was little, he wanted to be an airline pilot. Please welcome Sami Hassanieh.
Thank you so much, Robin, and thanks to all of you for sticking it out. I know that it's been a long half day already, invigorating.
Fourth quarter.
Yeah, we're at the beginning of the 4th quarter now. It's kind of like that time in the play date when you're like, oh, I was supposed to have a snack ready, and the kids are about to have a meltdown. So I hope you got a snack during the last break. What an honor to be here to collaborate with Jenna and the team. This kind of reminds me of when we finally get the kids to bed, and my wife and I have a moment to ourselves, and we spend the next 45 minutes talking about the kids. It's like, I got out of LA, I came to New York, the city that made me who I am, and here I am talking about kids. But I love it. I'm really excited for this conversation. I think really what we want to frame this within is that the old corporate narrative was that fatherhood distracted us from leadership. You put the picture frame of your family on your desk, and that's kind of like the end of the story. Yeah, I'm a dad, and let's get to work. But what we're seeing is that the data and our experience really tells a different story about the importance of fatherhood and the value that it brings to the workplace. And that fatherhood is really a leadership training ground for the best leaders. I think Nicole just sort of took the lead, and I don't need to repeat it, but there are a lot of attributes that come out of being a father that are highly applicable to the workplace. And that makes better managers who stay in their roles for a lot longer. For me personally, I grew up without a dad, pretty much, and I got my first models of what a father was, a father at work, because my father didn't work either, and really what it meant to be a man from my first workplaces. I went there and I was like, oh, these are models, and some of those were positive and helpful, and some of those were not. And I think that it's so vital to be a whole person wherever we are in life, but most especially at work. I've heard people talk today about how you spend more time at work than you do in your personal life, and who is it that we're showing up as there? So ultimately, as Nicole said, we're talking about how we can parent out loud, and how that is truly a retention strategy for business. I want to get into the conversation quickly, and because this is a personal conversation about us at work, you're going to hear a lot about their companies just in the conversation. But just really quickly so that you know who's here. Yang, TNT Sports, SVP, high-level executive, manages high-pressure strategies, and most importantly, is the father of 2 daughters. Paul is the founder of the Company of Dads, which is an incredible organization that you should all look up. He also was a longtime columnist at the New York Times and has written a couple books. Really has a lot of thought leadership to share, and more importantly, is a girl dad as well, to 3. And then finally, representing a different perspective, Sammy is at AARP, Chief Digital Transformation Officer, and really offers the long view of being at the same company that models some pretty healthy ways of supporting families. And his father just flew the coop, just went to college. Did I say your father? Your son.
Sorry. I think they know.
Late bloomer.
They figured it out.
It's been a long day. Yes, his son just went to college, so he also has the perspective of not only being the father to a son, but the empty nester amongst us. So, great. Enough of me. Let's dive in. So we have the full spectrum of perspectives and the chaos that comes with it. So look, we're not going to swipe diaper stories. We're really talking about how this drives business value. So I'd love to start, Paul, with you, because you talk about this idea of being an undercover dad, and how even at an organization that is perceived as liberal and progressive, like the New York Times, you did not feel empowered or like you had permission to parent out loud, that you considered yourself an undercover dad, and what is the difference between being what you call a lead dad and a working dad, which we hear about all the time?
Thank you very much. So I'll define first a lead dad. A lead dad is a go-to parent, whether he works full-time, part-time, or devotes all of his time to his family. The second part is, in many cases, he's there to support his wife or partner in whatever they're doing. We say many because 18% of fathers in the United States are divorced, widowed, or otherwise single. And then we say a lead dad is always an ally to working moms and caregivers in the office. My wife started calling me a lead dad in 2013 when she started her own firm. She works in financial services. And to get to the New York Times part, I mean, that was my dream job. I grew up in the part of Massachusetts that none of you would have ever visited intentionally. And I had two goals in life: never ever to live there again, which I accomplished by going to this place called college, and I never went back. And the second was to write for the New York Times, which was ridiculous. And so I made it, and I was thrilled, and I loved every moment of it. I wrote a couple books, it was great. But when my wife started her own business in 2013, she said, "What are we gonna do with the girls?" And I said, "I will become the lead dad." And I was able to do that because I had a lot of control over my schedule. But as Tara said, I was an undercover lead dad. And now, why would you be undercover about something that is relentlessly positive? Well, in my community, I didn't see any men doing what I was doing. I saw moms, I saw nannies, I saw au pairs, I saw babysitters, I saw mostly female caregivers. I didn't see any men doing the real work of caring, not showing up on the sidelines, but being the dad there at the doctor's, in, you know, taking the daughters out afterwards if they had a bad day for ice cream, you know, being there at the ballet studio. And then the second part at work, it's, you know, nobody at the New York Times ever said, "Paul, you have to be undercover here." It was my own insecurity. And we've heard from panels earlier today about modeling. I had wonderful editors, most of whom were working parents, but nobody really talked about their children. And I loved being a Times columnist, I loved everything about it, and so I stayed undercover. And all of this, and there were funny stories about this. Probably the funniest story was I was interviewing a former cabinet official, and this is in the days before everything was on Zoom. And I was in the passenger seat of my car in front of the ballet studio in my town, and my dad, known as Grampy, was taking one of our daughters to the pediatrician. Now, Grampy tells these long-winded stories that make no sense. He also happens to be a horrible listener. So I could not let him talk to the pediatrician. So here I am talking to this former cabinet official, and the phone is ringing, and it is the pediatrician. Now, we all, anybody here ever take a call from a pediatrician? Okay. If you miss that call and you call them right back in like 10 seconds, do they pick up the phone? No, they do not. So I had to make up an excuse to get off the phone with this former cabinet official who was a mother of two, because I didn't feel that I could tell her, "Hey, hang on one second, I've got to talk to the pediatrician." I said, "That's a really wonderful point you're making, and it reminds me of something." And I hung up on her. And then she started calling me back, because who hangs up on a cabinet official? This woman had been hung up on in 25 years. And then when I get back on the phone, I can't lie to her because I'm a New York Times columnist, so I have to say, "Don't know what happened there. Cell phone service in my town is awful. Where were we?" And off we went. This all falls apart in COVID because I don't have the supports that I needed to be an undercover lead dad. My kids were not in school, like most kids in America. I had no prospect of my kids going to summer camp. And my father, Grampy, is a survivor of stage 4 cancer. He was immunocompromised. He really didn't want to come down and take care of my always sick children during a global pandemic, not faulting him for that. And that's when, I think we had somebody here, a couple people who worked at Google, that's where I said, you know, what am I going to do here? There has to be a community for men like me, and we talked about it a lot today. When I went to the Google, the source of all knowledge in the universe, the Google told me that there's lots of stuff for moms. All the stuff for parents is really for moms. And anything at that time for dads assumed that dads had done something wrong or were somehow struggling. They weren't successful co-parents. They'd gone through a miserable divorce and they were hated. They didn't just have 1 or 2 drinks after work. They had 14 They'd been incarcerated. All of this stuff is super important, but I thought, why is there not something for lead dads? And that really began the journey, that was 2020, of sort of a 2-year journey to sort of wrap my head around all of this to sort of start what became the Company of Dads.
And yes, please. And you said you've done a census on this, basically. You've identified 25 million.
Yeah, and so,
dads.
not a political statement, but back when we could really rely on U.S. government data, just stating that as a fact, I thought that, what would you do as a New York Times columnist if you were going to start something? You'd say, I don't know, am I all alone in this? Am I making this shit up? It's COVID. I haven't been outside in a long time. My kids are driving me crazy. And so U.S. Census, Bureau of Labor Statistics, Pew, it was really easy to find, which I did not think it would be. It was really easy to find, by my definition, how many men in America, how many fathers in America were lead dads. And that number is 25 million. And it's about 1/3 of all fathers, and it's being driven, not surprisingly, by men in their 20s and 30s who want to live and work in a different way. And the second thing I did, and Jenna had asked me to make sure I highlighted this earlier, the second thing I did was, you have data, but that's not a story. So how was I going to figure out if this was true, if this was really true? And I knew one thing for sure, that if I asked men, are you a lead dad? If I had asked me if I was a lead dad, I would have lied to me. I would have said, oh, no, sure, I'm a New York Times columnist. Perhaps you read my most recent book. It was quite a hit in Chile, which is true. It did much better in Chile than it did in the United States. The only problem, there are only 7 million people who live in Chile. And so I asked female executives with children, and I said, what do you think of this idea? And it was really that kind of classic bell curve. On the left were women who said, oh, man, this is great. That was my husband. He did all of this. I'm really glad you're using this term, lead dad, because his friends gave him so much shit. They called him Mr. Mom. They called him the house husband. They called him Mr. by my name. They said, you're retired. But he didn't really give a fuck. He just did it. On the other end, on the far right, were women who would say, good luck. My husband could never wrap his head around me having a successful career. He could never wrap his head around me being an equal or higher earner to him. We got divorced X number of years ago, but I hope you can help people not be in my family situation. But the vast middle were women who would say, look, I met my husband. We dated for a long time. Love him very much. We had children, and we had a child, and we had another child, and I've realized that I am taking on the majority of the mental load. And that's not my phrase, that's a phrase coined by Eve Rodsky, who wrote the book Fair Play. I'm taking on the majority of the mental load, and my husband, my partner, is not a bad guy. He just doesn't understand this. He doesn't understand that I am doing all of this stuff. And if there's one thing that this hybrid working, this work from home has showed me, is that he doesn't know how little he actually does and how much I do. So could you help us have a conversation? So that the combination of that data plus more of the qualitative stuff, which is completely unscientific, because these are just women who I knew who were in my network, and one would refer me to the next. The combination of those two is what gave me the courage. I'm a very risk-averse person, gave me the courage to start the Company of Dads.
Yeah, totally. So normalize different things. Imagine what could happen, And so Yang, you told me that men often face a false choice at work. I think the phrase you said was climb the ladder or go to the orchestra concert, right? And you're an exec at a major media organization. How do you change that paradigm? How do you model ambition and caretaking at the same time?
First, I do want to state that I love being a dad. I think, it's not always, I used to say to my daughter, it's not always rainbow and unicorns, but it is the most rewarding thing for me. And I, enjoy it. Like I used to play football, and I used to, love playing football. I didn't love running wind sprints and everything else. And so there's all those challenges that come with it, but being a dad is so rewarding. And so I want to show that in how I show up at work for a number of reasons. One is, I'm a senior executive there, so I have a little bit more control of my time than others that are entering the workforce or are making their way up the ladder. And if I'm not able to be in a position in which that I can show that taking that time off to go to my daughter's orchestra concert is important for me, then it doesn't allow them, doesn't give them the permission, those silent signals that tell them, well, maybe I shouldn't do that either. And it is one of those things where, as I'm on the strategy side, and one of the things we always talk about is that culture eats strategy for breakfast. So you can say as much as you want, you can provide all of the, parental time, the paternal time, but if the culture is not showing that, then the employees will not adhere to it. And so there'll be that fear of, should I tell them? You become that undercover dad where you're like, should I tell them that I'm leaving early today because I want to make my daughter's concert? And does that signal to someone that you're not interested in, pursuing your career the same way that someone stays until 8 p.m. at night and doesn't even talk about their family? And one of the things I wanted to show in terms of turning that culture is being able to do that from the top, being able to ask people about, how was your daughter's concert or your son's baseball game or whatever, what have you, and making sure that becomes normalized. And you said turning that culture around so that it starts to become ingrained in there. And it's not just because, well, one, as I said, I love doing, because I love being a dad. I love my job as well. I love doing the work that I do. But it's also because, I want to have, corporate athletes. And in every athlete, and I know there's some athletes that were in here today, is that you look for that edge. What is that edge that you can get that you can beat out another athlete? And so you'll do things like, sleep, get better sleep. You'll do things like, ice baths or whatever, what have you, so you can get that edge. And giving your employees that edge, giving men that edge so that they can be a full service person in terms of being a father and knowing that that's okay, I feel like that gives them an edge and will be able to come to work as a real corporate athlete and not have to worry about hiding that other side of who they are.
Yeah, you said give permission. I find whenever working with men specifically, if you are to model something, it gives the other guys around the table permission to do the same. And that's, I think, what all of us really want. We just want permission. Sammy,
could I add in one thing before you get to
ahead.
I love hearing that. And one of the things we talk about when we work at companies is we want to ban OOO, like to have nobody ever put out of office on their calendar again, and instead to be more specific. And we have a lot of case studies and a lot of research on this when senior male executives put on their calendar something like going to pick up my son at school or arriving late for my daughter's dentist appointment. You don't have to be deeply personal, you have to be descriptive. When they do that, it has a knock-on halo effect. It doesn't just inspire other dads to do that, it shows other working moms that this leader values this. The company has this policy, but they're also willing to message it in a way. And this person who's not going to get in trouble for doing this, if he can do it, then I can do it. I know we talked about that in one of the earlier panels.
Yeah, I think it's really important to think that we can model in many different ways. It's not just talking to your direct reports. We can do it digitally. We can do it, in asynchronous ways. Sammy, so you have a different perspective, both in how you've managed parenting with a co-parent. You have an older child who just left. You also have been at the same company for, I think you said 20 to 25 years. Sure. And this company has aligned a lot with your values around this. Can you talk about what that experience is like? And can you even imagine, if you had to hide that part of your life as a father, would you have stayed?
Yeah, no. The simple answer is no. I think I've been very lucky at ARP that they've been there for me, and some of my colleagues are here, and I thank them as well for being there for me in the good times and the bad times. And I would say, similar to what both Paul and Yang have said, the best day of my life is when my boy was born. And he likes telling people that. He's like, tell them what the best day is. And being able to share that in my role at AARP, I think is very important. Not only does it provide permission, but it also allows me to bring my best self to work. I can't bring my best self to work to do my best work when I'm worried that I might be in the best dad I can be. And I think those two things are not a zero-sum game, and I think that's kind of the conversation that we having here today, is that you can be both of those things, and actually they feed each other, So doing my best work, being a dad, allows me to bring my best work to AARP and do the best I can in terms of the work that we do, serving a community of 125 million Americans. So I think when you put those two things together, and then the culture, I think that's really, really critical, that allows you to express, the happiness and the joy that you get and the challenges, because it's not all, like you said, roses, unicorns, and butterflies, allows you to actually share that and learn from others, and gives team members and the rest of the organization a chance to actually share some of their concerns, share some of their joys, and also you have to kind of be willing to give what you want to get. So you have to be happy for other people when they're spending their time with their families. And I think you have to celebrate that with them. That gives you also permission to do it, but also gives others permission to be part of that. So I've been very lucky at AARP that we have the kind of culture and the support structures that allows us to, spend 18 years taking care of a kid who's now an adult, and I don't know where he is right now.
And this benefits everyone, right? I mean, Yang, you said when men step up, we raise both genders, right? Can you unpack the mother tax a little bit and why it's so critical for a male leader like you at an executive level to model this, not just to take leave, but also be loud about it? Like, how does that change the culture and make things better for everyone?
Yeah, I mean, so one of the things I talked about before was I want to find that edge. I want to, have, corporate athletes. But if we do this right, societal-wide, men stepping up and being part of the parenting equation and enabling that and being loud about that and having that be part of the normalization in the culture, what it does is I'm very mindful of a lot of things we talk about today, that women have been going through this for years and had the mom tax that was there. But if we do this correctly, men can step up and help shoulder some of that burden. So it's not just women having to take the doctor's call, when the pediatrician calls to for your son or daughter. And so being in a position in which it is okay for men to step up, I think raises the tide in both, tide for all of your employees if it's done correctly.
Nice, and you've operationalized this, from my understanding. Can you talk about the Book of Dares curriculum and some of that work that you've done?
Yeah, look, I mean, I think what we try to do in our office is, obviously we have the situations where there's parental leave and there's the institutional allowances that the company does, but diving deeper into that, what we want, as I said, what we want to do is that I want to hear from my direct employees. Not only do I want to showcase it, but I want to hear from them. I want to make sure that I understand them as a full person and what they do in their private, in their off-work lives, and really embodying that and making sure that they understand that it's something that's very important to not only me, but to the company as well.
Yeah, totally. I mean, I know for me, when I became a dad, immediately I became so much more focused. Like, all of a sudden, leading up to the birth, I was building a startup at the time. I was just saying to myself, how am I going to do this? I'm going to completely drop the ball at work, and I'm supposed to take care of humans, and I have no playbook for that. As soon as they were born, all of a sudden, I felt like I was in the Matrix. Like, everything slowed down. I was dodging bullets. I was like, I mean, for at least the first couple of days, and then I was, dodging poop. But it all of a sudden it crystallized. It was like, I know exactly what I want to put my energy into. I know what my priorities are. I know what I'm going to focus on while I'm during the work hours, which are going to have better boundaries, because it is uncompromising that I need to sign off and take care of these people. And so, I'd love for us to get into the skills a little bit more specifically. Sammy, you talk about the dad dividend in a really interesting way. You mentioned that AARP supports the whole person. And so, yeah, if you could just speak about what are those skills that you learned from raising your son while at this company, while building your career over these decades as you were also building a person.
I think for me, some of the things that I've learned is, as a leader and as a people manager in the organization, is that I've got to care about people holistically. It's about the person first, giving them the space to actually take care of what's happening in their own personal life, whether it's a man or a woman. Modeling that, I think, is really critical. But then also, we've talked a lot about today about having the right kind of empathy and the right kind of space, but also and the right kind of kindness as well. And how do you balance these things in terms of how do we treat people as human beings and care about them, but also hold ourselves accountable for what we're here to deliver? So I think holding those two things together, I think, is really important, and sometimes they're seen as in conflict. If I'm not doing a good job, I expect you to tell me. That is kindness. I might not feel like you're being kind to me in that moment, but I think those are the kind of things that I've also taken into my parenting. It's like I always say, there's a hug and there's a kick up the butt, and they sometimes go together. It's not one versus the other. I actually have a certain thing that I say to my son, which is, I'm never going to say to you that I'm proud of you because you got into college, because I'm always proud of you. I'm really glad you put in the effort. Really well done. It's a job. But the pride I feel and the love that I have for you is always, and it's going to be consistent. And I think I feel the same way about the people I work with. It's like, you're human beings. We're going to care about you. We want you to take care of your family. But if you show up at work, we're going to try to do the best work possible. And I think try to hold those two things together.
Can I ask a question? This is my turn to get personal advice. So,
yeah. I don't know. You're probably getting personal advice from the wrong person. But
No, because I have a 17-year-old about to graduate. So what's the shift? What's the downshift? Because you being a father, leaning in, and now you have your empty nest. Like what was how do you sort of adjust to that, and how does that show up at work? Like what's that look like for you?
Yeah, I had the days that I knew I was going to stay late at work, and I had the days when I left early so I can go be with my kid. Yeah. And now you could stay at work as long as you wanted, and you have to find the balance between those two things. And the first day home after I dropped him off in school in London and came back, it's like you couldn't turn the lights on in my house. No matter how much light you have in my house, it was like something was missing, And then you have to find the right kind of connections, people connections, whether it's at work, play more sports, exercise. So he exercised in the basement, so I go to the basement, just to make that kind of connection. But I think you have to rebuild your social network, your daily habits, and that takes a little bit of effort to go through. But also, at the same time, it's okay to miss your kid. So tell myself it's okay to miss the kid, but I also have to do something about it rather than wallow in it. So. But you've got 3, right? 2.
I've got 2.
Yeah,
so.
You're okay now.
Yeah,
Enjoy
exactly.
it, though. Enjoy
exactly.
it.
I got a spare.
Love it. Yeah, I mean, I can point to specific skills that have come out of being a father. I mean, I've become a much better manager because I have honed in, I've strengthened the muscles of taking feedback and getting my ego out of the way. Which I need to do with my employees. I need to be able to hear, like, oh, it sounded like I was angry, just like with my kids. Like, I didn't know I was yelling. Oh, okay, that sounded like that to you. Okay, let me try this a different way. And it's not always emotional, but those kind of principles really transfer.
Can I follow up on that? I think
please.
One of the things, like you sort of break the fourth wall with your kids, and when you've made a mistake, we always know that you should apologize, but I think it's even more important where you sort of narrate what you're doing. Like, for example, right now, I know you want to tell us, I need to answer this call, the email, and they know why you're doing that. You're not mindlessly doing it. And I think about the work we do at companies, and yes, the motherhood penalty is correct. There's lots of research on it. Yes, men, are there to be allies for women, but I think if we don't get more explicit about it and break that fourth wall, we're not going to bring about change. So what do I mean by that? I mean, you flat out, we can say there are only two things that moms can do that dads cannot do. They can carry a child for 9 months and give birth, and if they so choose, they can breastfeed. Everything else has become gendered. And because it's become gendered, companies assume, whatever their policies say, unless they do real work on this, they assume that the mom is going to be the one who leaves work early. And there's been research pre-COVID out of Boston College that dads who try to step in and put their hand up to be what we call lead dads, what other people call fully involved fathers, suffered a similar motherhood penalty. They were seen as insufficiently committed to the work. So we can create the world's, I know Daisy was up here before, we can create the world's greatest HR policy. It could be shiny, new, offer every single benefit out there. But if we don't do the hard work and break that fourth wall and really work with the individual managers and tell them how to communicate this policy, the companies have just spent an awful lot of money on creating the world's greatest HR policy is not being implemented. And, it takes a really bad manager, but there are plenty, who if a woman comes up to him and says, I'm pregnant, that he says anything other than congratulations. Now, we have plenty, I've told the story a million times, and I've had women put their hands up, and my favorite was this woman said, I told my employer, and he said, congratulations, I think. And I go, oh, man. But when it comes to fathers trying to take their parental leave, too often it's negative modeling that's couched in nostalgia, and it sounds something like this. You're going to take that time off. Wow, I didn't have that. It's good for you. Or, man, when I was in your role, I worked all the time. I missed so much. I can't tell you how much. It's great that you have it. And what does that do? That creates cognitive dissonance between my company offers this amazing policy to allow me to be a fully involved father, to allow me to support my partner or wife, to allow me to really be an actual ally to working moms and caregivers at work. But my manager tells me these ridiculous stories about when he was a dad 20 years ago, and now I'm wondering, should I really take this time off? And where this really hurts companies is if they're trying to create a resilient organization where they're promoting men and women equitably by their ability. If you don't have the ability to see who's really doing a good job, because some people have to take the time off to physically recover, and other people are electing not to take the time off, you're skewing the people who are going to be promoted, and it's going to hurt you down the road as a company.
Yeah, thank you. All right, we're being told we have to go to audience questions, but I'm going to push them off really quickly. Really quickly, let's give them something tactical. When the leaders go back to work on Monday, just one thing that they should do differently or think about differently for their teams.
So I don't know if it's differently, but again, I'll lean into what we talked about earlier about, it's just show up and really, parent out loud and be willing to not only say it, but show it that I'm going to take the time. I love the idea about putting on your calendar, picking up going to my daughter's orchestra. I keep saying that because I missed it this week.
Right, so show it.
Yeah, exactly.
Show it.
So to show it, I think that's really important.
Great.
You took what I was going to say, but I'll go with the second one. I would say if you work at a company that has a parenting ERG and you're a father and you've never been to that ERG before because you're afraid you're going to be called out and not called in, go give it a try and just sit there and listen. But more than anything, be present and show that you're part of the conversation.
Nice. Get involved. Yeah.
I would say share stories about the things that you do with your children. I mean, a lot of people at ERP still ask me if I play Clash Royale. I still play Clash Royale. My kids stopped playing years ago, but I'm still playing.
Love it.
I own 2 Minecraft servers. He stopped playing Minecraft. I don't want to get rid of them because they have things we did together, that you could go see and visit, and sometimes we talk about it. So I think tell stories about the things that you do with your children that really opens doors and allow others to feel it's a safe space that they can do the same thing.
Absolutely. People remember stories. What do we got?
One question. Where? Oh, sorry. Hi, Adam.
Hi. Oh, I'm sorry. Hi, I'm Adam Euchman. I'm building a media initiative that reaches men through their identity as fathers. And I really appreciated all the conversation about culture. And there's both corporate culture and there's societal culture. And I think in any culture, we are impacted by the stories that we hear. And one of the stories that men hear in societal culture is our job as fathers is to be providers. And that's sort of the start and the end of it. So I'm just curious, how do we change those stories in our societal culture that we are more than that? Because I think we see data and we see research that dads want to be more than just providers. How do we do that in a way in society that can also be reflected within corporate culture?
I think you need to define the word provider differently and don't define it as narrowly. I mean, a narrow definition, or the definition that most people think of when they hear father as provider, is father goes out, makes money, comes home, pays a mortgage. That's really limited. It's really one-dimensional. If you're a lead dad, if you're a fully involved father, you're providing much more than that. You're providing care. You're providing stability. You're providing love. You're hopefully also, if you're a lead dad, you certainly are. You're presenting a model of what it means to be masculine and caring at the same time, in partnership with your wife or partner, as somebody who's not just telling kids what to do, but showing them what to do. So I think it starts with taking a much more expansive definition of the word provider.
Can I build on that a little bit? I think adding experiences, doing things with your children, traveling, enriching their lives with experiences, having those shared experiences, I think can also change the narrative. Those are things I've done on a regular basis. I mean, traveled with my kid since he was 9 months old. People's like, oh, I don't want to travel with a kid. I'm like, I can't think of a better thing to do.
Yeah. They are free on the airplane until they reach 2. So
Yeah.
when you take, I always say go a lot before they hit 2.
You figure it out.
All right, excellent. We're done, huh? Yeah, okay. All right, well, thank you, everybody. Amazing conversation. Appreciate you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sammy, Paul, Yang, and Tara. That was excellent. All right, we made it, everybody. Give yourselves a round of applause for keeping the energy going and staying here. We are going to wrap things up with a fantastic panel. It is called A Good Life, What Men Need. So I'm going to bring up our moderator first. He is the founder and CEO of Off the Cuff. He's worked with Spotify, Afropunk, Vox Media, and NBC Universal. And on the heels of the last panel, he is going to be a dad for the first time in May. And when he was little, he wanted to be a baseball player. So please give a warm welcome to Christian Palma. Woo-woo! Thank you. Our first panelist is the co-founder of B Corp, White Men for Racial Justice, and One. He also wanted to be a baseball player when he was a kid, so I feel like we can start a team between the two of you and some other of the panelists. Please welcome Jay Cohen Gilbert. Thank you. And if you're over on the side, I just please ask you to keep your voices down. Thank you so much. Okay, our second panelist is an artist and author of The Master Plan. He is a keynote speaker and a sought-after visual artist whose work investigates societal injustices, human relationships, and public policies. And when he was a kid, he wanted to be a Marine. Give it up for Chris Wilson. Thank you. Okay, and our final panelist is the founder of Be Here Tomorrow Media. He's one of the world's leading mental health advocates and suicide prevention storytellers. He's an award-winning filmmaker and best-selling author. And I don't want to rank all of the kids' dreams when they were little, but this one's at the top of my list. He wanted to be a tiger tamer. Please welcome Kevin Hines.
I love that. Well, give it up for the entire panelists one more time. Let's get it. Last panel of the day. How's everybody doing? Yeah, we need the energy all the way up because we're gonna drive it home. You know, so I'm honored and excited to be here to kick off this conversation. And I think the intentionality here is for us to just really dive in a little bit deeper. We looked at the output, we looked at the systems, we looked at the connections, how to build the infrastructure. But sometimes, how many times we look in a mirror to look at the inner work? And I think that's where we want to kind of lean into, right? What it means to have a good life and what men truly, truly need. It wouldn't be like me if we can just get folks in the crowd just to
Come on over.
come on over.
Come on over. We need you.
All right. It wouldn't be like us, right? I love that. Thank you, team here. So, you know, we're living in a moment where folks, men particularly, are producing so much, right? Pouring out so much. You know, we talked about the term about being a provider, being a protector, leading many different hats. And I think oftentimes we feel very disconnected, undervalued, not really having those safe spaces to have conversations. So I want to kick it off here in the theme of just having a good life. When you think about having a good life, what does it mean to you? Not a successful one, not one with status, not one with monetary value, right? When you think about a good life, what does it mean to you today, and how has it evolved over time?
I guess I can start. Yes, I'm happy to be here today. My name is Chris Wilson. I'm a visual artist. I think for me, it is purpose, living a purposeful life and doing things that matter and finding that right balance of, I think, like, especially as Americans, like we put a high emphasis on just working. We work ourselves to death here. And I like working. But I think we should caution ourselves of not becoming our work, but also, like, understanding what our purpose is and thinking about what our legacy is, and, like, how do we want to be remembered? And I think finding that balance is the sauce, the recipe of life. And I think we all should strive to try to figure out what that recipe is.
Beautiful. Kevin, I guess, yeah, we'll go with you.
I think that for me, the way I see life being positive is having hope every day, no matter the pain you might be in, and achieving life skill success versus monetary success is my main goal in this existence. I'm sitting here today with all of you lovely people. There's about 80, 85 of us in this room. And even my wife doesn't know this right now. She's in the room. I'm in excruciating physical pain from what I did to myself 25 years ago, leaping off the Golden Gate Bridge. And I'm in excruciating physical pain most days. And I accept that. I'm okay with that. I haven't found a cure to that. But my great life exists not because of the pain I'm in, but because of the hope I see for the beauty that lies in front of me right now. The greatest gift to me in this moment is meeting you and each and every one of you here today. You are my greatest gift today. You came here, you spent your time with all of us, you give me hope. So thank you.
So I think the only thing I'd add to purpose and hope is that implicit in that is it has to be in community. I don't think it's possible to achieve the good life alone, full stop. Yeah. And so you can have purpose, and if you're pursuing that alone, I think you get halfway up the mountain. I think if you're pursuing purpose and you're doing it with others, you have a shot at the top. And I think if you really want to plant the flag, in my experience, that purpose has to be doing something in service of others. And so that's my holy trinity.
I love that. Jay, and I want to kind of stay with you real quick. Yes, please, you know, phenomenal answers to kick it off. Jay, I want to stay with you really quick, because I think there was a very pivotal moment in your life back in September 2001. And at that point, you started to really second guess what success would look like to you, right? After the 911, your sister was rescued. It was the same month that, unfortunately, your dad passed. And your co-founder, Ann One, passed as well. It was a very pivotal moment in your life where you start to really ask yourself, what's the highest and best use of my life? when you think about that moment and within that month, how has the success over time redefined the way you see the world? And what can we all do to really kind of shape that same perspective or think about success in a maybe different way?
Thanks for that. So it wasn't one of the co-founders of AN1, but it was a beloved member of the team, Jean-Bernard Jout, and one of the most joyful human beings I've ever met. If we're lucky to meet like 2 or 3 people like that in your life who bring joy just through their physical presence in a space, you count yourself blessed, and Jean-Bernard was one of them. And he was killed on the side of the Schuylkill coming to work at 5 a.m. While he was parked taking a nap, and somebody hit him from behind. He was murdered, not murdered, he was killed. Within the same 2-week period, 9/11 happened. My sister was covering it for what was then New York One News, and she was pulled out of rubble on Vesey Street by a first responder, and 4 days later, with the smoke still traveling up the West Side Highway, I drove up here with my grandma to be at my father's bedside at Mount Sinai, where he passed from lung cancer, unrelated to 9/11. And so those three things hit me, obviously, as one would imagine, pretty hard, and forced me to step back and ask, I was doing something super fun, had an awesome purpose, doing it with a bunch of my friends. We were selling, building a basketball company called AN1 that was doing really fun stuff. But was that my highest and best use? And what came out of that reflection was, as fun as it was and as successful as it was not my highest and best use. And that catalyzed what was a 3 or 4 year discernment process on what that could be. It wasn't like a light bulb. I've never had one of those epiphanies. I don't know what that would feel like. I imagine it's pretty cool, but that's not been my experience. More like a slow dimmer switch for me. And what eventually that became was a lesson from my dad, which was, he told me when I was growing up about a couple of decisions that he made as an entrepreneur himself. He was an architect here in the city. He did corporate interiors. And he told me 2 stories between probably when I was 8 and 13. And I think back about how intentional his parenting was. We just came off a panel on dads. And my dad had plenty of faults, but one of them wasn't ambition. One of them wasn't like being intentional about what he was teaching his kids. And so he told me about 2 things. One was he was told once that he said that he got a job redesigning some kind of nightclub or something downtown, probably in this area. And he got the job because his partner offered a kickback to the contractor. And my dad approached his partner and he said, hey, I just heard, this is crazy, but I just heard this rumor that we got the job because you slipped a little something under the table. And his partner was like, yeah. He's like, well, we don't do that. He goes, well, that's just how business is done. And my dad was like, well, that's not how I want to do business. And his partner said, well, then maybe we shouldn't be in business together. And my dad said, two little kids, trying to provide. And he said, yeah, you're probably right. We shouldn't be in business together. And so my dad left a vibrant, successful partnership to start his own shop, hang up his own shingle. Maybe 10 years later, he told me another story where he was bidding on a big job over in Secaucus to redesign WOR TV stations, like their thing, and there was, or maybe it wasn't WOR, it was a different job, but it was the thing out in Jersey, and he's walking around doing the initial meeting, and he's one of the couple finalists, and he stops over at some guy's desk who's head down, doing some work. He says, "Oh, what are you working on?" He says, I'm designing. Yada. I said, "What are you designing it for?" The guidance system. I'm designing these guidance systems. What are the guidance systems for? He says, well, basically they're for cruise missiles. And my dad had just started work on disarmament issues. This is in the early 80s, Reagan, Soviet Union, a lot of worry about nuclear war. And my dad walked back into the conference room where the execs were meeting, and they said, Sidney, we're so excited to award you the job. You're amazing, your presentation was fantastic, and we can't wait to award you this job. And he said, I really appreciate it, I'm grateful, but I'm gonna have to respectfully decline. And they said, what are you talking about? We loved your proposal. Like, we're not gonna change a thing. Like, your vision, it's gonna come to life. That's what every architect wants. And he said, well, I can't spend my time and my life force making a workspace more productive and a better work environment for people whose product is gonna create mass destruction. That's not what I want to bring my gifts for. And they said something similar to what his partner had said maybe 10 years earlier, which is, I mean, you know, it's not going to stop us from doing the work. Like, we'll just get some other architect to do it. Right. He said, that's right. You'll get another architect to do it. But there were architects that designed the gas chambers in Dachau. I'm not going to be that architect. And so my point, I suppose, if I have one, is that my dad's biggest gift to me was telling me you got choice and you have agency. And so if you want to lead a life with purpose, you have a choice about how you do that, not just what you do. And that has stuck with me. And I think that when he passed and I was reflecting on what I was doing and making trash talk t-shirts and game shorts and, you know, running mixtapes around the country, it was like, oh, well, I have a choice. And what I want to do is I want to work with other business leaders who have a higher purpose than just maximizing the profits from their company, even if it's profits from a cool basketball, footwear, and apparel company. And so that turned into the B Corp community, the B Corp movement. And that's what I was doing for the next 15, 20 years after that.
Amazing. I really love that, Jay, and thank you. You kicked it off very nicely talking about purpose and actually seeing the person in front of you, right? Chris, for you, I think you have such a phenomenal story as well. You know, at the age of 17, you were sentenced to life in prison. And at that time, for the first time you ever got seen for who you are versus what you could produce was your cellmate seeing your potential. And at that time, that evolved into what we see now, the master plan. What did that moment do for you, and what can it do for men in our community to just be seen for who they are versus what they could produce?
Yeah, I think like for most of my life, I felt invisible. And just for context, I was sentenced to natural life in prison because I was defending my mother who was attacked and raped in front of me, and I had a gun on me and I shot someone and took a person's life. There was no law against self-defense at the time back in the state of Maryland, and when I went away, you know, I was devastated. My first 2 years, you know, just sat in depression. I was on the chess team before I went to prison, and I played the cello. I liked to read books. I was a very interesting, like, young kid, and I decided I wanted to do something different with my life. And it was like that moment, 2 years into my sentence, I think I was 19 at the time, where I decided to write up what I now call my master plan of like how I wanted to educate myself, how I wanted to figure out a way how to, you know, return to society and be a better, productive person. I wanted to write a book. I wanted to be like the Black Forrest Gump or something. There was a whole bunch of stuff I wanted to do. And I wrote this stuff up, and I just worked really hard and spent almost half of my life educating myself. I speak 5 languages. You know, I got college degrees. I did a whole bunch of stuff while I was away. And I came home and completed almost 98% of my master plan. And I will say that I made it this far because there was a handful of people, surprisingly, in prison who saw my potential. And it was like, dude, you don't belong in here. All you do is sit in the corner and read books and study. You know, I was studying Chinese towards the end of my incarceration. And it was like, we're going to protect you. and you got to get out and you got to do everything that you promised that you would do on your master plan. And so I've been home now 14 years. I'm the founder of a few multi-million-dollar companies. I've helped hundreds of people get jobs and won a presidential award from Obama and done a whole bunch of things and continue to pay it forward. But I think I've made it this far because there were a handful of people that saw my potential, even though at the time I didn't see it myself. And so I try to pay it forward now by identifying people that have that switch, that potential, and I invest in those people to try to make the world a better place.
Absolutely. I love that. Wow. I'm already seeing the energy here shift, right? The intentionality here is in real time, and there's no better moment than being in this moment right now. Kevin, with you, you alluded to your story, which is also very inspiring, and I think one of the things you do very well, Kevin, now is that in some of those pivotal moments, which was probably the hardest moment of you looking on the other side of the bridge, you thought to yourself that no one really cared. You had runners go by you, you had so many people go by you within that moment, but you're like, no one really cared, but in fact, they actually did care. And now that you're on the other side, you're the first one to raise your hand and say, I need help. Right? And my question to you is, what's one simple step that men can do to be able to be comfortable enough to raise their hand to say, I need help?
One thing you can do to say, I need help, especially with the plethora of young and older men alike that are considering suicide, there might be someone in this very space that's thinking of taking their life right here, right now. Given the number of people here, that's possible. You can look in the mirror and you can say to yourself these words, and I want you to repeat after me. I need to hear you. I'm going to give you my all. Give me yours. My thoughts, do not have to become my actions. They can simply be my thoughts. If they're dangerous to myself or others. The second and most important thing you need to do in that moment is turn to anyone willing to empathize and say 4 simple but very effective words. I need help now. The difference between me, who attempted in 2000, and who's never attempted again, even though I live with chronic thoughts of suicide that plague me, they'll never take me. I'll never die that way. Someone tells you after today Kevin Hines died by suicide, you open an all-out investigation, it was a murder. The difference between me and people who attempt and die by suicide, I do not stop saying I need help now until one person is willing to answer the call. So you must place yourself in the mindset that I have to save myself. You must be the one to search until you find that person. I don't care if it's a complete stranger, and I'm telling you, I have used it on a complete stranger, and it works. I have been at the Atlanta airport and said to a TSA agent, I need help now. And he was like, what do you mean, buddy? And I was like, I'm suicidal. And he goes, come with me. And they took me in a locked room, and they brought in 3 police officers, 2 more TSA agents. I was like, I'm not a threat to the airport or anybody on a plane. I'm suicidal because I have bipolar disorder and I have these issues. My phone is dead. Can you please call my wife? And they did. And my wife came and got me, and she's here in this room. And she is the reason most of the time, I keep going. Because she is my gift, my rock, and my best friend, and the greatest thing that has ever happened to me on this planet. And I'll say one final thing to wrap my portion up here. I didn't get any sleep last night. I sleep 8 hours a night. If I don't get sleep, the thoughts creep in, and they have. But I'm right here, it's right now, and what I'm going to say to you is, I need help now. And what will all of you say? Thank you. And I'm going to be here tomorrow and every day after that.
Wow. That's amazing. And I think, it's a true testament that you need the right people around you, the right support, right? I wouldn't be the man I am today if it wasn't for my wife as well. So it's constantly looking in the mirror, and sometimes you need that person to see your blind spots, right? Those moments that really kind of allow you to be the best version of yourself. So my question to the panelists here is how important it is to have that support system in you, and how can we develop a support system that sees us, again, for who we are versus what we do, and how do we kind of put that thread together there to really have people that we can trust to lean in on when we do need it the most?
I'll start. So I think I've been a big advocate of, for my mentees, telling them to create their own personal board of advisors. And I'm kind of crafty with this, right? So I tell them, you trick them. Like you create a group of 5 people, and I'll speak for myself. I have some folks who I want to have coffee with you once a month, and this might be a person that's we're good at finances. I have another person that's just really wise in personal relationships. I have someone who, I have a lawyer, an accountant, and a handful of people, and I will make an effort to spend time, just learning from these individuals. One of my friends, he's one of the smartest people I've ever met. He made $160 million off of Waze. It's random, side note, but he's so busy, doesn't take calls, doesn't answer emails, but he likes to go for walks. I'll fly in and walk with, his name's Brad. I'll walk with Brad. And Brad is so smart. I have these problems in my life with business and stuff, and Brad will synthesize everything that I'm going through and say, you know what, Chris, if I was you, I would do this, and I would do this, and actually I'm gonna connect you. I'm gonna send an email, I'm gonna do this stuff for you, or whatever. And I see Brad maybe 4 times a year. I love Brad. And I have other people that's like that, and it's I went to prison when I was 17. I came home when I was 32. What do I know about personal relationships? So I'll meet up with folks who just been there, they done that, and I don't know what I'm doing, and they're just you know what, Chris, if I was you, I would take things slow, I would do this stuff, but I have 5 people. This is my personal board of advisors. I have 5 people like this in my life, and they help me navigate my life, and we none of us will live longer enough to recover from all the mistakes that we may make in our lives. So it's smart to learn from people who've been there and done that, right? And so I've created this system that helps me navigate this crazy world that we all live in, and I just recommend people to think about that. It's the same in business. This self-made thing, I've done it all myself, it's not real. It takes an army of people to get to where we want to go, and I recommend that for your personal lives. Just create this orbit, this network of people to help you get to where you want to go, to make your life better. Yeah.
I love that. Jay, for you, really quickly, what are you still striving for as you pursue a good life?
Well, my daughter called earlier, around 4 o'clock, and she's going through some work transition stuff that she was calling for some help with. And I said, well, I'm thrilled to talk. Let me call you right back. Called her at the intermission, and she said, I'm going to be speaking in a couple minutes. She said, oh, what are you speaking about? I said, well, the title of the theme of the gathering is Healthier Men at Work. And she paused, and she said, so are you?
Oh.
And I was like, well, sometimes. And I said, well, what do you think? Do you think I am? And she said, well, you're a workaholic, so maybe sometimes. And so I'll let my daughter answer that question with brutal honesty. That what I'm still working on is finding that balance. But the last thing I'll say to that, which I hope she realizes someday, is someone said earlier about don't let your work become your identity. And I can appreciate that. I think there's a lot of truth to that, and I've had that experience. But I think there's a difference between it being your identity and your self-worth. And what I mean by that is I've been really lucky that I have found vocation. And so what others might see as workaholism, I see as joy and fulfillment and meaning and purpose and connection and community, because I get to do that in my work, which I've told people, I have not gone to work a day in my life since I left McKinsey when I was 24 years old. So I got 34 years of never working. But my daughter believes I'm a workaholic. And there's truth to that, right? So I'd say the balance in the context of seeking purpose and the fulfillment in the work.
That's beautiful. I know we're up to the last question here before we open it up to Q&A. But with Chris and Kevin, just curious to know from your perspective, healthier men at work, the title, A Good Life, what men need. What do you want the audience and the folks today, after we all kind of branch out, go back to enjoying the weekend, go to work on Monday, go back into our day-to-day, 9 to 5, 9 to 9, right? Whatever it is, wearing so many multiple hats. What do you want them to take away from your story?
It's interesting. I'll pivot a bit off of some of the things that you said, and I truly believe this. Let's not just become our work. Let our mission and the reasons we get out the bed in the morning be bigger than just a paycheck and just doing what maybe our bosses want us to do. I truly believe in having a purposeful life, and I would want us all to think about whether it's our children, whether it's our employees, or people who look up to us. I want us to think about what they would think about if, when we pass. We're all going to pass, but just legacy and just doing the right work. I think this is really important for me and the people that I work with is just doing work that matters. Just whether it's family stuff and just traveling and experiences. And there are a lot of people are always watching what we do. And I think we should think about that. And it drives me even when no one is watching. And so I would encourage people just to think about that. Just making the right decisions in life.
That was beautiful, Chris. I need pace and peace. And I believe we can create and build our own happy moments and our own happy days. Not every moment, not every day. And even though I'm in pain up here today and here today, I'm still happy. I'm happy that you're here. I'm happy that we're here. And I'm happy that I get to exist past the day 25 years ago where I by all accounts, should have died. In the waters under the Golden Gate Bridge, on the way down, I prayed to God that I would live, having instantaneous regret for my actions. When I hit the water, I immediately shattered 3 of my vertebrae into tiny little pieces, and I missed severing my spinal cord by 2 millimeters. I went down in the water 40 to 50 feet, and I basically said, God, if you let me live, I'll make it up to you. And at that moment, something began circling beneath me. I thought, you gotta be kidding me. I didn't die jumping off the Golden Gate Bridge and a shark is gonna eat me. But it was no shark at all. It was a sea lion and it bumped me to the surface and circled beneath my shoulders, elbows, and knees until the Coast Guard boat arrived behind me. Now, my new friends, you can call that whatever you want, but that is my personal miracle, and I will always and forever believe that God saved my life that day through that sea lion and gave me this purpose to be sitting here on this stage before all of you and before all of you to share a message of hope, healing, and recovery from brain pain, and let you know that whatever you go through past today, no matter how difficult, no matter how much of a struggle, no matter how much of a strife, no matter how much pain you're in, you can and will get through it with time, energy, effort, and a great deal of hard work, because nothing good ever came without it.
Wow, 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 wow. That is so inspiring. It reminds me of a story, really quick, 30 seconds. Yesterday, I was at a paint shop as a new father, repainting the nursery and everything, and this 82-year-old guy was still working at the paint shop, family-owned business. And I was just like, hey, man, like, what's keeping you working? Why? Why you keep showing up? He said, honestly, man, it's just like the joy I get from the people that come here every day. And I'm like, but, like, you don't have to come to work. He's just like, man, like, as I reflect on my life, there's no one left. There's no one left. It's just me. You know, I have cats, dogs, and you know, a turtle this big that's, you know, brings me joy. But I'm like, what's the greatest lesson you learn, 82 years old, and it keeps you healthy, keeping you going? He's just like, honestly, it attests to what we talked about today. It's just like, honestly, my mom and my parents, as a little kid, told me just to always do the right thing, no matter if somebody's watching or not. So when you think about a good life, it's about like really seeing the legacy you go throughout and reflecting and say, you know what, who have I helped? Who am I looking in front of me? And I think that's the testament. So please give it out to this amazing panel for this amazing, amazing conversation. We'll open it up for a couple of questions from the audience now. Yes, we have one in the back.
Thank you. This is a short comment. I walked in the door here, and I actually really quickly was like, do I belong here? Am I going to fit in and feel welcome? I had to go searching for business casual clothes. And a lot of people here are professionals with a different veneer than mine. So I got off after the long subway ride, and I went to the bathroom, and I'm washing my hands, and who comes out of the stall but Kevin? And he says, hey, my man, I'm so glad you're here, and I hope you have a great day. And my whole heart just melted in that moment. And so this good life manifested in fellowship between men, given easily. I just want to say it's happening, it's an inspiration, and I'm grateful.
Oh. Wow. That's beautiful. Any other questions?
I think obviously we've been talking about a good life and also in many ways a good death, and what does it mean to live in proximity to death. And I was going to ask, and I think maybe give you guys a choice of which question. For you, what is a good death? Or on a totally flip side, who's someone who taught you how to love?
I'll take it. It's kind of hard to answer like what a good death is, because no one really wants to die. But I would just say a old death, or dying for a noble cause. But to answer the other question about who taught me how to love, it's my mom. My mom, I was a mama's boy. I grew up a mama's boy. When I was in middle school and elementary school, my mom would coach me up to write my little notes to girls in class of like, would you like date me? All the stuff. 99-cent movie theaters and stuff like that. My mom would take me, all of the stuff, and chivalrous and like opening doors. And I still continue to do this to this day. My mom is no longer like with us. But yeah. You know, love is super important, especially this time, this political climate and everything that's going on. It's an interesting question, yeah, but yeah, love is really important in my life.
And your mom is.
Yes, yeah, definitely my mom, yes.
All right. Well, thank you so much for this incredible panel. Thank you so much to the audience. Appreciate you all.
Ooh, thank you all so much. Okay, does everybody just want to have a group hug right now? Honest to God, what a way to wrap up this event. That was so meaningful and heartfelt and moving and all the feels. So thank you all. Let me get out of the way of the hugs. I don't want to interrupt. So thank you all so much for being here. I'm going to bring up Jana in just a second, but from a personal note, I walked into this earlier and I had great high hopes, and this far exceeded everything that I could have imagined. I find that this room is so warm and giving and open, and all of the speakers, all of the panelists, even just people I was talking to in between who may not have set foot on this stage, your voices matter and your stories matter. And so thank you so much for being here. And I would love to stay in touch, so please look for me on social, Robin Gelfenbein. And if anybody's interested, because I know this was a really powerful and wonderful day, you want to go get a hot toddy afterwards, let's do it. But in the meantime, let's give an enormous, warm welcome back to the stage, the woman who put this entire event together, who is a force of nature, Jana. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. All of you put this day on, to be clear, right? I especially want to thank, obviously, our incredible speakers and moderators and panelists. I know many of you traveled far to be here, and I know many of you normally charge a lot of money to speak, and I'm really grateful that you saw this opportunity to have different new conversations, and you knew that you needed to be in this room. So it really, really, really means a lot to me. I want to thank AARP for sponsoring our speaker lunch. I want to thank the Programming Council that helped me make sure that everything here had representation and intentionality and integrity. And of course, the Antenna Up team, Brittany, Frenchie, Robin for being our MC, Jen, Stevie. I'm gonna forget people, but and B. Arthur be the MC on our live stream. Yes, there's so many people to thank. And my closing thoughts are that the leaders who are gonna matter most in the next decade are the ones that are strong enough to keep working on hard problems when there's no script and there's no playbook. And think about what becomes possible, right, when we do that. And so the closing mandate, the closing mandate is to build companies and organizations and teams and cultures that are both financially rich and emotionally rich. So let's go do it. I look forward to following up with each and every one of you one-on-one and share your content on social media at Antenna Up. This is the first of many Healthier Men at Work summits that we will do. Our next big event is in September. We save the date, September 24th. It's the Marketing to Men Summit. That's when we bring brands, advertisers, media together to talk about how do we send better messages and more uplifting messages to boys and men through media and advertising. And then also our seasonal virtual networking group called Buoys Club, which is for people that are uplifting the well-being of boys and men. That happens next on April 28th. But all of this will be in your follow-ups, and I'm really grateful to everyone who stayed. I had said that this was going to be the sunniest, warmest spot in New York City in February, and I think Robin just affirmed that that happened. So thank you all. Now I got to go see my son play basketball at Barclays Center. Also, hang out here and continue to connect with each other because I know you all have lots of things to talk about with each other. We also have some friends taking content. We have the Listening Lab doing chats with dads, girl dads, and boy dads too, about legacy and about how are we expanding the definition of work and unpaid work. And then we also have Jason over in the corner from Lives of Men taking content around the concept of manpower. What is manpower in the age of AI? What is manpower today? So let's keep the conversations going in the room, online, and to be continued.